Good morning. Hello, good morning, everyone. Hello, good morning. Thank you. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for March 27, 2025. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Sir, in the burgundy shirt behind. Do you swear to speak the truth? I forgot. I'm sorry. Do you swear to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning again, everyone. Our first case, page 16, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2412-0188, case address 1500 Southeast 12th Street, number 1A, posted at property 3325, posted at 1 East Broward 31425, owner Adrian and Natalia Watchley. 16, bottom of the page.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 2412-0188 for the property located at 1500 Southeast 12th Street, 1A. Inspection of the property was performed on December 13, 2024 by Senior Inspector Garcia and cited for the following violations. 8-91E has complied. 47-193C. There is a boat lift mooring structure installed at the boat slip 21 on this property that extends beyond the permitted 25% of the width of the canal or waterway, or 25 feet of the width of the canal or waterway, whichever is less as measured from the property line. The boat lift mooring structure was measured to extend approximately 27.6 feet into the canal or waterway. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on December 13th of 2024, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special magistrate request form sent on January 15th of this year and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on February 13th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation still exists. The city is requesting 91 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence, and we have the property owner here with us today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you in agreement with the city's request for 91 days to bring the property into compliance?
We would like to request 119 days and no fines.
Okay, I'm not going to give you any fines today. You know, the fines will come if you do not comply with my order, okay? Why do you need 119 days?
So we already went through the process of requesting the waiver, which has been approved to move forward to the City Commission by the Marine Advisory Board.
Okay.
We were on the agenda for the City Commissioner earlier this month. For some reason, it was moved to next week's hearing. We will be there that day presenting the recommendation from the Marine Advisory. We're hoping to get the waiver. If we don't get the waiver, then to move it into compliance, we've already requested a quote from yacht lifters to move it into compliance into the 25 feet. And so we don't know how long it's going to take for them to put us on their agenda to move the lift. They just can't come from one day to another.
Any objection from the city to 119 days?
No, ma'am, we do not object.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're on this case? All right, just don't go anywhere, you guys. All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're here. I'm represent the association, and so this matter has been ongoing for some time now, and the violations, I believe, have been there. They were supposed to be brought into compliance by the 23rd of this month. That was not done, and that's why we're here today. And so we asked that the fines be incurred once the, really at today's hearing, because that was supposed to be, they had ample time to bring it into compliance. So the extra days is not something that the association is interested in.
Yeah, the magistrate procedure is that when they come before me, we give them a certain amount of time, and if they go past that time, then the fines that I'll order today will begin to run. That's what we do procedurally here. So I'm going to go ahead and grant them 119 days and $100 a day thereafter. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 17, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24120189, case address 1500 Southeast 12th Street, number 2A, owner Douglas C. Marty, posted at property 3325, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Special Master. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24120189 for the property located at 1500 Southeast 12th Street, 2A. Inspection of the property was performed on December 13, 2024 by Senior Inspector Garcia and cited for the following violations. 18-4C has complied. 8-91E has complied. 4719-3C. There is a boat lift mooring structure installed at the boat slip 21 on this property that extends beyond the permitted 25% of the width of the canal or waterway, or 25 feet of the width of the canal or waterway, whichever is less, measured from the property line. The boat lift mooring structure was measured to extend approximately 27.6 feet into the canal or waterway. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on December 13, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made numerous times with the property owner, which is here with us today. Special magistrate request form sent on January 15th, and a pre-hearing inspection carried on February 13th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting 91 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Doug and Dougie Marty, who Dougie is here with me. I want to thank the city for working with us. This is the property immediately next to the property that was just on the agenda before you. We are in the exact same process, seeking a waiver from the City Commission. We are asking for 119 days with a stay of fines. They're traveling together.
Okay, all right. Counsel, do you want to be heard?
Again, Cam Rogers on behalf of the association. Your Honor, this was a notice that was provided on December 13th. They were supposed to be brought into compliance. We're now in March. Several months later, has not been brought into compliance. To my knowledge, there's been no application to the Marine Advisory Board for an actual distance waiver on this matter. Mr. Walshy has done that, has started the process, but nothing has been published regarding a waiver application. So there just hasn't been any steps to mitigate the violation, particularly with this lift, and to grant them extra days, we just don't find that appropriate in this situation.
Okay. Can I hear from counsel again? Why hasn't the waiver process been started yet, or has it?
We've just started putting the application together. We expect it to go in this week.
Okay, all right. Is there any objection from the city to 119 days?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right, 119 days or $100 a day.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 41. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2403-0959, case address 820 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Felix Sukovitsky. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 8/29/24. 4 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $5,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, KCE 240305959, address 820 Northeast 26th Avenue. This hearing is to impose the fines for the remaining violations that are not complied. Violation 18-12A complied. Violation 47-20.20 parentheses H not complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt parking lot is faded, discolored, and stained. Violation 9-306 not complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-308B complied. Violation 47-2.2 Q3 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2025, and the following violations have not been complied. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Felix Sukhavitsky, my wife Elena Bateson.
Okay. It looks like you've made some progress on the property, but still have a ways to go. Why is it taking so long to get the building repainted and the parking facilities fixed?
So I'm the one working with permits. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
So I just wanted to explain the status of our project. So we are planning to construct 4 new townhomes, demolish these buildings, and construct 4 new townhouses. So we began the permitting process over 8 months ago. We submitted applications for 49 permits, so it's 4 main permits and then all the sub-permits, and over 1,000 documents were submitted. So the approval process has been slow, and it required numerous revisions and corrections. And unfortunately, new requirements keep kind of popping up during the review process. So currently, the project is in its 5th review cycle. Hopefully the next one is, the last one. For the master permits, just for the master permits, which there are 4, we had 164 issues. 151 issues were done and accepted, and we have 13 which are still under review. So we feel very, very close. We so during this period, just to let you know that we exchanged like 1,200 emails with the city and the engineers, and just last 2 months, there are like 285 emails.
How much time are you asking for?
So we obtained demolition permit. We're waiting for 2 more permits to be approved to actually do the demolition, like tree removal, and erosion control. If we can have 30 more days, I think we can comply within the time. Hopefully the permits are approved, and our demolition contractor said they need 2-week notice to start. So hopefully April we can get started, or maybe fully demolish the house.
Okay.
Your Honor, the city is opposed to any further extensions, and Ms. Jordan, I think, would like to speak on that issue.
Good morning, Katrina Johnson, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The city has been afforded several extensions already. The case has been open for over a year, and only just recently have there started to be any traction. It is a community concern. Right now, we received another complaint yesterday that that the sewer cap was done, but that people are still living inside of the property. So we're trying to verify if people are living there with no sewer access, as well as there are photos of cords running from a car battery up through a window. So there are a lot of concerns that are occurring at this property right now, and the city is opposed to any types of extensions. If they show good effort and comply, we, of course, have lien amnesty. Once they're in compliance, it's a reduction of whatever fines may accrue, but the city wants to hold them highly responsible to complete this at this time.
So just, we have not heard of anyone living there. We'll go right after and check and take care of it. But just, the process has been very long and complex. I'm spending hours and hours each day dealing with it. And believe me, we really want to start the project. So as soon as we can, we will start it.
Okay.
We're going to demolish.
It appears that, this has been going on since almost a year. And, I've never seen a demo permit take this long.
No, it's not just the demo. So this is 4 townhomes. It's not one house, it's 4 townhomes.
Yeah, but can't the demo permit have been applied for separately?
No, it can. So we applied several months ago. Actually, we weren't, we didn't think that it has to be demolished immediately.
I mean, because if you demoed it, then you could have complied the property.
So I understand. So we did apply for demo several months ago. It took several months because there's multiple reports we had to submit. But we have it right now. We have it. So
Okay.
there are 2 more permits.
All right,
as
well,
soon
I'm
as-
not
yeah.
granting any more extensions,
Okay.
so you'll have to act on that demo permit and bring the property into compliance.
Okay.
All right? Thank you.
Sorry, so what happens to the fees? Can you tell
So the
us?
fines will just continue to run, but I will tell you that if you're diligent from here on in, you can apply for amnesty, and then it will be greatly reduced. So, you have that option.
And how much are the fees?
The fees right now are $5,600.
Like how much is it per day?
It's $100 per day per violation.
And there are two violations?
2 violations, yes.
And, okay. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Felix Suchavitsky.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get some little clarity.
Sure.
To the best of my knowledge, in the last 3 calendar years, city has enriched itself by 16.4 million by use of this courtroom, which actually puts this courtroom and everyone in it in a direct violation of the 5th Amendment. And we have tried to do everything we could. We tried to comply. We've been punished for by one side of the city, we've been punished with another part of the city for first part of the city not doing its job. So because some people not reviewing the permits or not issuing the permits, we've been fined for that. So is it really about the city compliance, or is it about city enriching itself?
Sir, I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. What's in front of me today is whether or not you've been diligent enough. It's been going on for a year. You always had the option to exercise the demo permit, and then the property could have been brought into compliance. You chose not to do it. You chose to go the long haul. You chose not to even submit the permits till a few months ago. So, I mean, I don't think that shows due diligence. And at some point, I have to stop the extensions. Now, I'm encouraging you to reach for amnesty. And if you're diligent from this point on, you won't have any problem with that. But I have to keep your feet to the fire because it's gone on too long, okay?
So because reviewers are not issuing the permit, you punishing me.
That's not what I said.
Magistrate?
Okay?
I apologize. For the record, the permits that are issued, which is including the demo permit. It has been issued, so it can be demoed. Every other permit is awaiting client reply.
Yeah.
This is incorrect. So I have an email from the city. It says because the permits look like they're waiting our reply, but if you click there, it says there is no action item. I have an email right here that says that the city will re-review them after master corrections, latest master corrections are
Right,
submitted.
that happened. What date is that email?
Right here.
No, the date of the email.
3 days ago.
So
Yes.
hence my point, we were awaiting client reply. The client replied, and now they're waiting for review. The permits were actually issued, submitted in January of this year, again, for a case that started in March of last year. So the point that the magistrate is making basically is the fact that at this point, we just need to see forward action.
I understand. The
That is it.
permits were submitted last August, not in January.
Okay.
Okay.
That's,
Okay.
All right. That's my ruling, and
Just one more thing I'd like to enter into this courtroom. Just one more thing. Twice, not once, but twice. Once, you were deceived by Gail Williams under oath. She stated incorrectly the facts. Second time, Anthony Lohr, 30 days ago, lied to you under oath. And that is when you issued the violation. Is there a review project? I mean, is there a review process? Because you've been deceived, and under deceived pretenses, you've issued the violation. And today you informed of that.
nothing's been brought to my attention that anybody's lied to me under oath.
If I can submit the evidence of that, Would you reconsider?
I'm not entertaining that right now, okay, because it is, we are where we are today, and this has taken too long. So my ruling stands.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 16, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2412-0136, case address 818 Southwest 4th Place, owner Mosdale Inc., Newdale LLC, posted at property 22725, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning. Attorney Jeremy Apostroph on behalf of the property owners.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2412-0136 for the property located at 818 Southwest 4th Place. Inspection of the property was performed on December 6 and cited for the following violations. 47-34.1.8.1 has complied. 18-1, there is a major cosmetic work being performed on a vessel that is moored at this property and is creating a public nuisance. The major cosmetic work consists of, but not limited to, sanding and grinding, and is causing residue to drop and contaminate the intercoastal waterway. It was determined that the matter is being maintained in such a way that the property threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Due to the nature of this violation, this case will be presented to Special Magistrate whether the property comes into compliance before the hearing or not for an imposition of $15,000. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail December 6 to come into immediate compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner, the vessel's captain, and the attorney. Special Magistrate request form was sent on December 6th. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on March 3rd, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation. These are the violations, but it has been confirmed that the vessel is no longer on the property. Again, the city is requesting the amount of $15,000 for the irreparable, irreversible matter that took place, and photos submitted into record for evidence.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning again. Jeremy Apostroph with Haber Law on behalf of the property owners. First of all, I wanted to thank the city for giving us time to investigate this. We were notified when notice was originally sent to the property owners. The two companies that own this property reside in California. Upon receiving the notice, they asked us to investigate. We took a look into it. The motor vessel or the yacht that was at this location was docked there based on a business agreement between the property owners and the owners of the yacht. The work that was conducted on this yacht was fixing some of the supports for some of the railings on the yacht. Apparently that was done, that was the contractor who did that, which is Chai Yacht Refurbishing or Refinishing here in Fort Lauderdale. They were retained by the boat's crew. Neither of the property owners, nor is our understanding the company that owns the yacht, had knowledge that this work was being done. They would never have allowed it at this location had they known about it. The work was conducted, obviously it was cited. My understanding is that the work immediately ceased as soon as the city appeared at the location. All work was ceased. When our clients became aware of it, they communicated with the owner of the yacht. Their displeasure at what had happened. Obviously, they're not contesting this. It appears the violation did occur at their residence. They're 3,500 miles away and obviously weren't consulted before this work was done. It is our understanding that all the crew members who were responsible for this were terminated from the Albemarle's. And obviously, as Officer Caracas has indicated, that boat is no longer moored at this location. Understanding that the city can ask for up to a $15,000 fine for this kind of a violation, the property owners obviously understand the nature of this. They were shocked that this had occurred. Obviously, this is not something they would have allowed if they were knowledgeable of that it was going on or anybody had asked them at any point. They're seeking to resolve this today with some sort of settlement. Obviously, with the city, we've reached out to the city We've spoken with Magistrate Johnson and Officer Caracas previously, and we're seeking if the city would be willing to impose a lesser fine than the maximum $15,000.
Okay. Is this property in compliance now? He just said that.
Yes, at the time we were doing waterway inspections, and the crew and everybody stopped immediately. But again, the violation was that there was it's irreparable, reversible. All the sud, the grinding, and all the stuff was watered into the waterway. A police officer actually came about on his water boat as well, because I guess he got a call. We were handling the situation. That's why police did not get involved. But yeah, they actually immediately ceased. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. All right. I'm going to impose a fine of $3,500.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Have a great day.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 2406-0149, case address 3645 Southwest 22nd Street, owner 3645 Southwest 22nd Street Land Trust, Benjamin Johnson, trustee. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/8/24 and 9/26/24. One suspension from 12/12/25 to 3/27/25. 6 sections not complied at $100 per day for a total of $50,400. One section complied at $100 per day, $4,200 accrued for a total of $54,600. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2406-0149, property address 3645 Southwest 22nd Street. This case was first heard on August 29, 2024 to comply by September 26, 2024, suspended from December 12, 2024 to March 27, 2025. For the following violations, the following violation remains. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 18-12A complied. 47-21.16.A complied. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the front yard and swell. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, and walls, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 9-308B, complied. 9-304B, the parking driveway at this property is not being maintained. The gravel driveway is overgrown with weeds. 47-19.4.D.1, complied. 47-19.8.1.B.5A, the swimming pool shall be enclosed by either an open mesh screen enclosure or fence or walls, minimum of 5 feet in height. Complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 23, 2025, and the following violation remains. As of today, the property does have a roof permit, which is issued. They have a structural permit, which plans have been submitted, and they have a fence permit, which has been issued. The property owner is here to give us a status of the property, what's going on.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name's Jared Gassman. I represent the previous owner, the estate of Stephen Michael Grooms, who sold it to the land trust that currently owns it. We're working in tandem together to resolve all of these issues.
Okay.
You know, and basically what's happened at the moment, we're just here to request a 91-day extension because we're in the process. We have the permits. It's just getting everything arranged and getting everything processed that is holding us up, and we have every belief that within the next 91 days we'll be able to be in compliance with you.
Any objection from the city?
No, they have the permits required.
Okay, 91-day extension. I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Our next case, page 19. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2501-0063, case address 2151 North Federal Highway, owner JJJ Revocable Trust and all others in care of Boston Trader, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 1/6/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 15-28, this business, Brooklyn Water Bagel, at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26th, and the following violations have not been complied with. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day per violation thereafter.
Good morning, it's Stephanie Mayorga with Stephanie Toothaker's office. On behalf of the landlord and tenant, we would appreciate the 10-day extension.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
so
you.
Ordered.
Our next case, page 43. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2403-0623, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris, post number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 1/30/25, one suspension from 1/30/25 to 2/14/25, one section not complied at $100 per day, $4,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert presenting case number CE 2403-0623, property address 1620 West State Road 84. The following violation remains. 4734.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are food trucks, businesses called Venezuelan Fast Food and Carousel Barbecue operating without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for business purposes which are prohibited, accessories for mobile food trucks. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violation remains. The city is requesting full imposition. It came to my knowledge that the attorney is working with the planning department regarding a solution to allow the food truck to be there, and he's going to be explaining the situation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. Just a little background. This issue, we did apply for all the business tax licenses. Zoning didn't issue them. They came up with an interpretation in the code, which frankly wasn't the best interpretation. It was a little bit of a gray area. So at the last hearing, we said that we would remove all the food trucks that don't have business tax licenses by that time. Apparently, the neighborhood reached out to the district commissioner, somehow got wind that we were going to be removing the food trucks and said, we want the food trucks here. So we brought in Chris Cooper with the city manager's office and sat down with him and zoning to come up with essentially a different interpretation of the code. And on March 4th, zoning reversed their previous interpretation and said that, and I'm not sure the logic behind this, but said if we combine all of the tax folios, because there are 6 or 7 tax folios here, that the food trucks can then be accessory to the normal American Legion building, and they'll issue the business tax receipts. I don't know the logic behind the zoning decision, but we said, sure, we'll do that. So on March 6th, that was on March 4th. On March 6th, we gathered everything between March 4th and 6th. On the 6th, we submitted to the property appraiser to actually combine all of the tax folios, and I did send that email to the inspector. Normally, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks. This was on March 6th. It's a little over 3 weeks now. I'll follow up with them today. But apparently, according to zoning now, once we combine the tax folios, they will then issue the food truck licenses. So still in process. Hopefully the property appraiser has the folios combined this week, next week I would assume, and then zoning said they'll issue the business tax licenses.
Okay. Any objection to an extension?
Oh, no objection.
Okay. All right. Well, let's give you 15 days just to be on the safe side, or do you?
It would be 30 to be on the safe side. 15 on the safe side for the property appraiser to actually combine the folios, but then the city still has to issue
All right,
the business tax
I got to give you
licenses.
28.
Magistrate,
That's fine.
Magistrate,
What?
Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Just to ensure that the property is completely in compliance, because obviously food trucks have their own stipulations. You guys may have tables and chairs that are not permitted to be out there. So just, to ensure that they're fully complied, if it would be okay to do the 63 days.
Okay. 63 days.
Thank you. And we'll have to work out the tables and chairs. That's also just a zoning interpretation, so we'll work that part out.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more case.
What?
Another case, it's the same exact issue.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2403-0628, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris Post, number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 1/30/25, one suspension from 1/30/25 to 2/14/25, one section not complied at $100 per day, $4,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert presenting case CE 24030628, property address 1620 West State Road 84. The following violation remained: 4734.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There is food trucks operating called the French Touch without the required stationary/mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for business purposes which are prohibited. Accessories for mobile food trucks. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violation remain. City is requesting full imposition, but we are not objected to an extension.
Okay. Please state your name.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner.
Okay. Same 63 days?
Yes, that would be appreciated.
All right. And we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24010903, case address 1134 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Norman F. Barton. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25 and 3/27/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $9,200 accrued. Fines start 3/28/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Officer Gail Williams, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24010903, address 1134 Northeast 5th Terrace. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025 with two extensions. The violations have not complied, which is 18-12A, violation 9-304B, and 9-305B, 9-280B, 9-308B, and 9-306, and 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 have not complied. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Norman F. Barton.
Well, Mr. Barton, why is this taking so long?
I've been trying to get a bank loan because it's major. I want to do a complete re-roof. Sorry, I'm very nervous.
Relax. Relax.
Anyway, it's been a total process. I tried to buy back my house, and because it's going to be to do complete re-roof, and I need to do the structure for the driveway has to be completely redone.
How much time do you think you need?
Huh?
How much time do you think you need?
I don't know. I'm putting a hard in a rock spot, a rock in a hard spot, whatever. But I have a really good credit score, and I have equity in the property. And then the bank told me not to do anything to the property until the appraiser come in. And then when I showed them all the stuff, the appraiser denied me for the thing, even though I got all the way down to the very last process. So I don't know anything you can. I would be grateful. I know I have to start the process all over again. I know I've spoken to her. She's been phenomenal.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, the city does impose the giving an extension of 91 days, but however, on the ordinance 18-12A, there is really no trash. It's just a lot of like dead palm trees and
Which
overgrowth
the wind, and I picked up,
occurring
and of
here
course
and
they're redoing the road behind me over there. So all this stuff keeps coming down into my property too.
Okay. So,
But the major thing is, I'm wondering, because the house is very old. I need to do a complete re-roof, and the termites have just destroyed the area. So
for
and then
18
other loans that I've tried to get into, they went like 34%, which is really.
All right. 1 second, sir.
No, I was going to say for 18-12A, the overgrowth, we're going to stay with the 10 days.
Okay. All right. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 91 days on all of the other violations with the exception of picking up the overgrowth, trash, and debris. That has to be done within 10 days.
Okay.
Okay?
And that is just the palm leaves and the stuff that's in the.
Anything doesn't belong on
That
there.
doesn't belong on the grass besides
Get
the
rid of
grass.
it.
Correct.
Okay, I go home and I'll do that right now. I appreciate
Okay.
it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2406-0008, case address 9 North Birch Road, owner Harbor House East Condo Association. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 12/5/24. One section complied at $100 per day, $6,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case number, property address as read. This is one of those properties where they've been doing some concrete restoration work over in the property, and it's taken them an extended amount of time in order to correct the last violation, which was for the exit signs. And basically, it was because concrete restoration work was still ongoing. They couldn't put up the signs without the work being done on the ceiling areas on the exterior balconies. They finally did come into compliance. They took a little bit longer than normal, and we would actually request no fines at this time.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Kevin Wingard.
Okay. I assume you're in agreement with no fines.
I appreciate that.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 18, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2402-0324, case address 1831 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Jefferson and Andrea Eluzia, posted at property 3325, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2502-0324 for the property located at 1831 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Inspection of the property was carried out after being called by Marine Patrol on February 11th of 2025 and cited for the following violation. 18-1. There is spewage of oil and diesel emanating from a docked moored vessel at this property that is creating a public nuisance. Excuse me. The spewage went to the waterway and threatened and endangered the public health, safety, and welfare, or may have adversely affected and impaired the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Due to the nature of this violation, this case is presented to Special Magistrate whether or not the property comes into compliance before the Special Master hearing, and impose fines of a sum of $15,000. 18-4C has complied. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCP via first class mail on February 11 to have immediate compliance. Contact has been done with the property owner representative since the spewage. Special magistrate request form sent on February 11th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on March 24th, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation was brought into compliance. Again, the city is requesting $15,000 for the irreversible situation that happened on February 11th, Your Honor.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Jefferson Eliseo.
Okay. Is the property now in compliance?
Yes, Your Honor. It took them a while to get the if you allow me to give you a little bit of a history.
Sure.
The property itself is a short-term rental. They were actually renting the dock as well as the home. As again, it's a short-term rental. I was actually summoned out there by police. At the time of my arrival, the whole vessel, as you can see on the picture, was actually sunken. There was this diesel and oil spewage onto the entire waterway, and it went into the main canal. They tried as best as they can to actually get the vessel into the waterway. It took them a couple of days because the vessel itself does not belong to them. And obviously, they can't touch private property. After they've been in contact with some of their attorneys, finally they got the vessel onto their name. They actually could submerge the vessel, and the vessel is actually out of their property as we speak.
Okay.
Just a little bit of history there.
And what happens to remediating the spillage?
I believe Marine Patrol and themselves they contacted, I believe, the United States Coast Guard. They were involved. They actually got a little buoy around to kind of retain the oil and the diesel. I guess also the police actually had some of the oil retainants. They actually helped them out as well. And basically that's what happened. And until the vessel, they got possession of the vessel, then that's when they started to hire someone. I guess, I don't know if it was Boat US. They actually have pictures of that where the vessel was getting pumped out, and they actually got the water out of the vessel. And just a couple of days ago, I believe, just about a week ago, the vessel was out of the house. 24th. That was the 23rd. They actually got the vessel out of the house just recently.
Did they act diligently when they first heard about it?
They acted diligently, but again, because the vessel does not belong to them, they couldn't go in technically into private property.
Yeah.
So they actually did the best that they could by retaining the oil and the diesel that was underwater. But again, they couldn't go in there, couldn't touch it because they were renting out the dock, and the vessel didn't belong to them.
Okay. All right. Can you explain to me the status of the property, how you brought it into compliance, and how long it took?
I'm going to have my daughter translate it.
Okay.
So,
I think we'll provide a translator, okay?
We don't have
Pardon
a
me?
Portuguese translator, Your Honor.
Oh. Right?
Portuguese.
Oh, okay.
So, I can try.
Okay.
Well, I just heard that he says that it took 2 days, but he actually took hours for us to address the problem. I can show you that EPA was there on the same afternoon. I can show that the boat was not sunk, was partially sunk, according to this picture.
Mm-hmm.
On the same day was by EPA contained this village.
The same day that the EPA they contain the spillage?
He has dates on the same day that the boat sank. The EPA responds quickly and help us to contain the spillage the next day, Mr. Caraca was there in the morning. And that's the next day.
Say the owner of the vessel was contacted for the past 20 days to remove the vessel. Okay, so that's not you. That's someone else, the owner of the vessel, right?
Yes,
Did you rent to this person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. And Your Honor, in this area, renting out dock space is not permitted under the city code.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead. What else?
well, I'm trying to address this village. As you can see on the picture, on the next day was contained, and the boat was refloated. Was a very small area that the oil spilled for a few hours only, and I find too harsh the penalty of $15,000 for an issue that was immediately above our financial possibility was taken over.
Okay.
We paid $5,300. We put it. It's not paid yet. We don't know. We hope that we can pay that over the to refloat.
Please state your name for the record if you're going to speak.
My name is Talita Lizzo. I'm their daughter.
Okay, and tell me what you wanted to say.
No, just to refloat the boat. They spent that on refloating the boat, the $5,300.
Okay. Was there any remediation costs for the water? Or was that taken?
No. There was no remediation costs. What did they do?
The APA, he says that he's gonna contact the renter.
Yeah, good luck with that. You know, unfortunately, under our code, the property owner is responsible. And the fact that you rented to someone else illegally to begin with, and then that someone else was unable to be reached, I could only speculate as to the things you might have done to make sure that whoever we rented to would be ultimately responsible for. Did you have a contract with this guy?
Yes.
Yeah. And it took 20 days to get in touch with him?
No, we are trying to get the boat out of there. Even before that happened, we had a lawyer trying to, and I'm sorry, the justice can't find him. He lives on a commercial property. The lawyer found out that he had many cases that he cannot be completed because the law cannot find him.
This is serious pollution in the water. It really is.
But in our was addressed to it. Mm-hmm. So in ours, we have cases in Fort Lauderdale that took a month and was not the fine was not that high. It was completely sunken boat. I can show you here. I can show you here that some other.
How long was the boat sunken before the oil spill?
How long it took? That's what I said.
Hours.
Hours. Just as it's showing on the pictures.
Okay. All right.
So we addressed immediately. No,
Did you want to say something?
Well, I was just going to. Your Honor, I was just going to add, a derelict vessel that's sunken is a little bit of a different posture than an environmental oil spill. And while the property owner didn't incur any costs, governmental agencies had to come in and assume the responsibility to clean up the environment, or to try to at least contain, not really clean up, the environmental impact of a boat that shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose a fine of $5,000. And, understand that the property owner is always responsible, regardless of whether you rent it or not. And please try to stay cognizant of the laws of what you're permitted to do with your property and what you're not, okay? All right.
Well, I don't see, I don't understand how the case that I can show you here, that the boat was sunken. I don't see the same justice. The boat was sunk for a month, and the city fined $2,500. The boat, this boat that is not mine, it was sunk, was partially sunk for hours, and we did more than we can to refloat the boat, and I don't see the same justice here.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah.
So in that case, the boat was sunk for 30 days between the sinking and the lifting of the boat. The boat was fully sunk, and ours was only partially sunk, and we contained the spillage by 5 p.m. the day that we saw it. We saw it at 8 a.m., and by 5 p.m. it was resolved. And so it's a very different situation, and the extent of environmental damage possible is much lower because of the amount of time that is spent sunk. And so, we're hoping for some, and in this case, the fine was for $2,500.
All right, I'm considering this case that you just handed me. Give me a minute. What page were we on?
While we're looking again, Your Honor, the notes don't reflect an environmental spill, and they also submit a case that was heard where the magistrate imposed a fine of, the other magistrate imposed a $10,000 fine. So again, I think it all depends upon the circumstances, but we will look at.
Sorry, on the right here, it says there's a sunken vessel at the property causing a fuel spill that's creating a public nuisance. Is that not a similar situation?
We have to look at the whole thing, and again, I don't know if this is a vacation rental. We're going to be looking, apples to apples. This is a boat that shouldn't have been there in the first place. That you all were making money illegally by having a boat there in the first place. It should not have been rented.
It's about the spillage or about the renting?
It's about the spillage.
I have to take in all the circumstances, okay? And while I see that one case you handed me, there was a lower fee. Another case you handed me was a higher fee. Each case rests on its different circumstances. The fact that you had that boat there illegally to begin with is a major factor. The fact that you contained the spill as soon as possible is why you don't have a $10,000 or $15,000 fine, okay? But it is still something we take very seriously because this kind of thing pollutes our waters. And it's very much tied to the illegal use to begin with. Because, yes, it's not your fault the boat sunk. It's not your fault that, it's not your boat. But if you didn't use the property illegal to begin with, it wouldn't have been there to cause the damage. So I'm going to let my ruling stand.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case.
Oh, wait, Magistrate. May we please get a finding of fact on 18-4C, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 23100475, case address 1437 Northwest 10th Place, owner Molly Pearl King. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 6/9/24 and 6/27/24. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $4,200. One section complied at $50 per day for a total of $2,950. $7,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement. Case number CE 23100475. Property address 1437 Northwest 10th Place. This case was first heard in May 30th, 2024. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to correct violation 18-12 and 28 days for all other violations. The case was appealed before the magistrate in July 25th, 2024, and the property owner was granted a 91-day extension and a mandatory reappearance in October 24, 2024. In October 24, 2024, property owner was granted a 98 days extension. At this time, the property remains in violations for violation 9-304B, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines and to continue to accrue until the property is brought into compliance.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Kenneth King.
All right. It looks like we made some progress on the property, but we still have the driveway left. Why is that taking so long?
First of all, my 85-year-old mother is in the hospital right now. She's have a heart condition that I'm dealing with right now. So I'm trying to do that and plus look after her as well. So I do apologize to the city that I have not been able to get into the compliance. So I'm trying to do the best I can with the situation that I'm in right now. I'm a dialysis patient myself, so I have my own physical conditions I have to deal with myself.
Have you hired a contractor or looked into?
That costs money. Money I don't have. My mother gets Social Security, and I get disability. So I'm trying, ma'am, I'm trying to do the best I can. It costs money to do also those things. I'm not trying to make any excuses. I'm just saying I'm just trying to do the best I can right now.
Okay.
Your Honor, good morning.
All right.
Hi, Supervisor Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. We wouldn't oppose another extension.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you another 63 days and suspend the fines during that time. City want an order to reappear? Okay. Is it 63 days you think sufficient?
Magistrate, can we make it 91 days, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll give you an extension for 91 days. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time and do your best.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, and you'll reappear on my docket in June 26th.
Okay. Mr. Is it the driveway that has to be in compliance? The driveway?
Yes, sir.
Is that
just the driveway.
Just the driveway?
Yeah.
All right.
Everything
Thank
else
you.
is done.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24120455, case address 300 Southwest 27 Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner Leventon Real Estate LLC, posted at property 31025, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24120455. Address as read in by Ms. Blue. This property was first inspected on 12/19/2024, and the following violations were observed. 24-7 parentheses B is complied. 18-12 parentheses A is also complied, which was on 3/26. However, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swell, and there is trash all over and around the swell of the property. And this is a recurring violation per case CE 23030-783. Contact was made with the property manager for the property regarding the violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 3/26/2025, the property was found in compliance with all cited violations. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the violation of 18-12A.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Peter Lemieux.
Okay. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation existed, which means that I will not fine you today, but should it happen again, it will be called a repeat violation, and you will get fined.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24080820, case address 2461 Southwest 15th Court, owner Bade Capital, Inc. This case was first heard 12/12/24 to comply by 1/30/25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 240808020 for the property located at 2461 Southwest 15th Court. The case was first heard on December 12, 2024, with Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 49 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. Violation 9-304B complied on March 20th, 2025, and was out of compliance for 49 days. Violation 9-305B complied on March 26, 2025, and was out of compliance for 55 days. As of March 26, 2025, the property is now in full compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Everything is complied with now. And we had tenants before. They were not cooperating. So we had to do the eviction. They are gone now. And everything is good and it's complied with. And this won't happen again.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Pardon, I have a hearing problem. I cannot.
Okay. State your name for the record.
Ismail Kaparia.
What is your name?
My name, yeah.
Yes.
Ismail Kaparia.
Okay. All right.
I'm the property manager for the Bade Capital.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else from the city? All right. I will reduce the fine to $5,000.
Pardon me?
I'm reducing the fine from $11,200 to $5,000.
Can I come closer a little bit?
Pardon me?
Can I come closer to you
No.
so I can understand?
Oh, okay.
She's reducing the fine to $5,000.
I reduced.
Everything is complied with.
Yeah, yes,
Yes.
yes. But it was out of compliance for a long time, and there's $11,200 worth of fines that I'm reducing to $5,000 based on the fact that you had to evict the tenant. You are still responsible for the property regardless of the tenant, okay?
Is there any way you can reduce it or will highly appreciate it? This is the first time in we have the property since 12 years. We never had any problem with city. So I will appreciate if you can do something.
Well, I think that's a reasonable reduction under the circumstances, so, yeah.
The tenants were not cooperating with us. So we did the eviction from the court and they are gone, so it won't happen. If you can do something, we highly appreciate it.
All right, I will reduce it to $4,000, but that's it. Okay? Thank you.
You can check again, and if everything is okay, can you reduce it?
No. No. That's my ruling. No more arguing. Hearing's over. All right. Okay.
Our next case, page 31, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 2401-0067, case address 1748 Southwest 20th Street, owner 1748 River Oak Corner LLC, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning. This is Muhammad Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2501-0067 for property located at 1748 Southwest 20th Street. This property was first inspected on January 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 complied. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 220-090784. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale. 47-21.9.M, sections of this vacant lot have no lawn cover as required. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in March 22nd, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 18-12A and 63 days to comply for violations 9-305B and 47-21.9.M, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. The city is also requesting a mandatory appearance by the end of the 63rd days.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Rafi Anak, property owner.
Okay. Are you in agreement with 63 days to bring the property into compliance?
Well, I was going to ask for 91 days. This is an empty lot that we're going to build a single-family property on, and we complied with all of the violations, cleaning it up, the fence, and everything like that. The only violation that's left is the ground covering. Some areas don't have grass, as you can see in the pictures. So once we submit the plans to the city, which we're about 90 days away from our architect submitting construction documents, then that fine goes away because we're going to build something, so you don't have to put the grass. So if we can get 91 days, I think we should be able to get in compliance with that last item.
Is there any objection to 91?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. But I'm entering a finding of fact on the recurring violation, so...
Yeah, it's a corner lot, so some people come and throw trash. So I understand.
I know, but it's your responsibility to pick it up. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, in order to reappear on my June 26th docket.
Okay. If we comply, I still have to come to that? Or?
No, just call the inspector.
Okay.
He'll come out and inspect, and then he'll apply the case, and you won't have to come back.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2411-0463, case address 1134 Northeast 1st Avenue, owner Vital Ventures LLC. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:09:25 and 2:27:25. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $28,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24110463, address 1134 Northeast 1st Avenue. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025 to comply by February 27, 2025. Violation 9-305B has not complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B complied. 25-5 complied. Violation 47-18.47A has not complied. This property has been identified as a community residence. At this RD15 property, they have not registered with the Department of Sustainable Development with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Violation 9-363 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2025, and violation 9-305B remains as depicted in the photos, and there is no certificate or permit on file for the violation of 47-18, 47.A. At this present time, the city will grant a 28-day extension with the stay of fines for violation 9-305B, and for the violation 47-18, 47A, the city is going to impose the fines to continue to accrue.
Okay, I'm confused. You said that...
I'm sorry. On 9-305B,
yes,
we're willing to grant a 28-day extension.
And suspend the fines.
Correct.
Okay.
And on the other 47-18, 47A, we're going to go ahead and impose the fines.
Okay, all right, I get it now, sorry.
No problem.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Shelly Ann Campbell.
Okay, let's take it one at a time. Are you in agreement with a 28-day extension to get the landscaping done?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, why hasn't this property been registered?
So we were, I needed to do my due diligence to understand, because it's a triplex, and the way I understood it was that we had a limit on the number of people that could be in the property. So when we were here the last time, my point of contention was that we were within compliance of that. I since recently got more clarity on the definition of the community residence and what all needs to happen, and we're willing to evict the tenants. So I'm asking for, I don't know if I could get more time on that, or how that works, or how it would work to suspend the fines, because we understand that I think our way out is to get the tenants out.
Okay.
So we're going to leave here and actually go and let them know that they need to leave.
All right, and this has been going on since, what?
Yes, it's, someone else is speaking. I'm sorry. The city do oppose of the extension because this case has been open since November 19th, 2024.
Okay.
And that's the reason why. So we don't want to grant an extension for the 4718.
Okay.
What about the
How
fines?
long will it take you to evict the tenant, to get rid of
I'm going to go tell him now. I mean, if he goes nicely, I would assume it's a couple of days. If not, then we'll have an eviction filed, I would say, by the latest Monday. And that takes 45 days from the dates filed. So if he is not going to go willingly, we will file the eviction with the courts on by Monday, the latest.
Special Magistrate.
I'm going to give you...
Special Magistrate.
Yes.
Hi, Antoine Law, Code Compliance Supervisor. We spoke. The city is still going to be opposed to the extension, as I explained to Shelly Ann and her husband. They can apply for lien amnesty after they've complied. The case has been open for some time. There was some confusion on their end of understanding what the code was. We've since made connections with them, with individuals in the city. But I think it's prudent that we allow the fines to run, and then we work with them on the back end for this.
Okay. Do you understand the amnesty process?
Not really, and I don't know how much the fines are now either.
What it is because it's taken you so long and nothing's happened, the fines will continue to run. However, when you're done, if you're done quickly, especially if you're diligent about it, you apply for amnesty, and the fines will be greatly reduced.
Okay.
So even more than I would reduce it today if it was in front of me, okay? So I think that that's the best route. I'm not going to grant any more extensions with the exception of the landscaping, but then you can apply for amnesty and the city will work with you, okay?
Okay. How much are the fines now?
$28,600. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
what happens when you don't pay attention and get your ducks in a row. But it will be greatly reduced if you're diligent going forward, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 20, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2502-0212, case address 636 North Federal Highway, owner London Associates Limited, posted at property 31525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning. Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 2/6/2025 and was given time to correct. The violation is 15-28. This business, Farm to Forks Meal to Go, at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025, and the following violations have not been complied with. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day per violation thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Christopher Smith, property manager for the center.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the next 10 days by applying for the...
10 days might be a little short. I think the health inspection is today, so they should
Okay. Magistrate?
It should be taken care of quickly.
Yes.
The city will request 28 days, please. Thank
All
you.
right, 28 days,
Yes, please.
or $250 a day thereafter.
Got it.
All right, and if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the adjuster.
Absolutely.
The
Thank you.
inspector.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Evan Oates, case number CE 2502-0506, case address 110 Southeast 11th Avenue, owner Alexander Dmitriev, personal service on 3/6/25, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 18, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1A. There's a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property. To request a certificate suspension of 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are case number CE 24050187, violations of parking, noise, and responsible party failed to respond to the violations. Case number CE 24080377, advertised occupancy violation. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alexander Dmitriev.
Okay. The way the code reads, if there are 4 qualifying violations, I have no discretion but to grant the 365-day suspension.
Sure, I understand. Sorry for my English. You don't mind if I read something?
Certainly, you can make your record, yes.
Yes. So first of all, I would like to clarify that the accident in the question was a single event that occurred just in one night. I'm not the regular violator of the city ordinance. The main violation was related to noise, which happened at night. The other 2 violations were due to parking issue and my inability to respond within 2 hours because the accident happened late at night. And I only became aware of the accident just next morning. I took immediately action on this matter and implement several measurements to prevent this issue from happening in the future. I have contacted my neighbor who called the city authority that night, Chuck Hennings, who lived right behind my property, and I sent him an email detailing all the updates I have made to address the issue. I have updated the property listing page. I clearly state that the noise rules of the property detail page about the noise ordinance. I have added the fine to these rules to ensure guests take them seriously. I have printed these updates for review. Can I give it to you?
Sure.
I have updated the welcome message. I revised the automatic welcome message that's sent immediately after a booking is made. The message is clearly explained the noise rules. I have also printed everything. I installed the noise monitoring device the day after the incident. I have printed a picture of the installed noise monitors. I also printed the detailed reports from the noise monitors for the last 12 months showing the complaints. They're available for review and clearly show there is no noise level are within acceptable limits. I also printed the noise rules and placed them in the kitchen in the pergola. For now, I'm doing the walkthrough with each guest upon arrival, guide them around the property and explain the importance of respecting the noise ordinance. I'm also following with my neighbor Chuck, who from time to time to see if there's any concerns from his side. Signed them, there have been no noise issue. I have also printed the Chuck email from yesterday, and he confirmed there have been no noise issue since the incident. I would like to mention once again that I'm not the regular violator of the city ordinance. It was a single bad group and a single incident. I respectfully ask the court to consider the steps I have taken to prevent the future incidents and allow me to continue operating my vacation rental property. Thank you for your time and attention, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all this, and I understand how difficult your circumstances are, but the code is very specific that if 4 violations are found to exist, then I shall suspend you for 365 days. It doesn't say may, it says shall. I cannot exceed the authority that I haven't been given, that I've been given. So I don't have any leeway there but to grant the suspension.
Magistrate?
Yes.
I just wanted to correct the record. It is correct on the agenda, but when the inspector read it in, he said 15-282D1A, but it is 15-282D1B. It is correct on the agenda and on the violation. He just said A during his testimony. I just want to clarify that.
All right, suspension granted. Very sorry.
I'm sorry, just confused. I mean, I just had one accident. That was just one group, and there is no other.
It's the way the code is written. It's 4 violations, and you're suspended for a year. That's what it is.
But all this violation happened just one night.
I don't make the rules. I just, have to enforce them, and I'm sorry.
But you're like literally killing my business.
Okay,
There is just one accident happened. There is not. I understand what you're saying, and I understand the rules, but
I wish I could help you, but I can't. Okay. Thank you very much.
Magistrate, we need a start date for the suspension. Is the property currently occupied? Sir, do you have transient guests staying there right now?
Yes, sure.
So it's either to the end of that or 30 days, whichever begins first.
Pardon me?
We have to have a start date for the suspension.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was locating the case again.
Alex, you currently have guests in your property?
Yes, sir.
And when did those guests leave?
5 days. 5 or 6 days. I need to check.
Okay. So I'll let this take effect in 7 days. Thank you very much.
But, Your Honor, I'm sorry, just confused. I mean, as I said, I'm not doing
Sir,
I'm not violating the rules all the times, and you can see this happened just in one day.
There's nothing I can do to help you, sir. The
I
hearing's
operate
over.
in this Airbnb for 3 years, and
Okay.
just because on one night you literally killing my business.
Our next case, page 26, Inspector Mohammed Dayem, case number CE 25010835, case address 840 Southwest State Road 84, owner El Tamarindo 84 LLC, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25010835 for property located at 840 West State Road 84. This property was first inspected on January 23, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this CB business zone property. There is a food truck operating and conducting business without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs, tables, and lighting being used for business purposes, which are prohibited accessories for stationary mobile food truck. 47-21.9.M, sections of this vacant lot have no lawn cover as required. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 47-34.1.A.1 or a fine of $200 per day thereafter. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation 47-21.9.M or a fine of $200 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Nestor Amaya.
All right, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the time frames requested by the city?
Yes, Your Honor. I just need to kindly ask you for 91 days. I'm working on it. If I do it before that, can I contact the inspector? as
Okay, 91 days for which one? I'm not going to give you 91 days to get a business receipt. That should be quick and easy. So you have 28 days for that. And 63 days for lawn cover. Shouldn't take that long.
Okay, so can you give me the 91 days? And if I do it before that, I'll be
91 days for the lawn
from the-
cover?
please.
All right.
If I do it before that, I will contact the inspector.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, 91 days for the lawn cover. And 28 days for the tax receipt.
Okay.
Or $200 a day, yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 25020340, case address 1115 Northeast 9th Avenue, owner 1115 Northeast 9th Avenue, FTL LLC, posted at property 3625, posted at 1 East Broward 31425. Jeez.
Good afternoon. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 2/11/2025 and was given time to correct. Violation 15-28. There are businesses operating at this location without obtaining a business tax receipt. The following business require a business tax receipt prior to engaging in any business within the jurisdiction of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Good News Burger / Tony J Enterprises, the Rocio and Rocho Corporation, ASU Polio, and High Roller Sushi. Violation 47-20.20.J, the parking at this B3 zone establishment does not conform to the approved DRC site plan, level 3 approval. Parking reduction for 11,122 square feet food catering service used under this permit number under UDP-S20010. This B3 zone establishment has reduced its parking capacity to the accommodation of 3 designated parking spaces for employees of the Starbucks. Violation 47-22.9 complied. Violation 4720.3 alpha .10 delta. The owner will require to comply with the conditions or obtain a new parking reduction order in accordance with the section of 4726B. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025, and the following violations have not complied with as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day per violation thereafter. For 15-28, violation 47.20.20.J, and violation 47-20.3.A.10. Delta.
Could you repeat which of these businesses don't have the tax receipt?
It's going to be Good News Burger / Tony J Enterprises, Del Rocio and Rocho Corporation, ASUPOLLO Polo, and High Roller Sushi.
Okay. All right, I'm going to ask you one more. I got Good News Burgers and I got ASU Polo, but say the others two again? Del Rosario, okay.
And High Roller Sushi, which is the last one.
Okay, perfect. All right, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Jeff Stump, owner.
All right, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 28 days or face a fine of $250 a day?
We certainly are.
Okay.
May I just provide a little context and background so
Sure.
it makes more sense later on?
You're on the agenda.
No. Okay.
We'll comply.
It's okay. We'll comply.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a wonderful day.
Our next case, page 25. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110751, case address 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue, owner Palms at River Oaks LLC, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance, presenting case CE 2403-0659 for a property located at 2323 Southwest 19th Ave. The inspection was conducted on November 27, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 2307-0150, and as such fines will begin immediately and case will be brought before the magistrate whether or not the property has come into compliance. Your Honor, this is a second repeat violation referred to cases CE 2307-0150 and case CE 2007-1072. with liens recorded on the property from both cases. As for the current case, fines accrued for a total of 114 days from November 11th, 2024 through March 21st, 2025 at $500 a day, which totals $57,313. 18-12A is now complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Robert Sherman. I'm one of the partners associated with this parcel. As soon as I received the notice recently I'm not physically at the address where the mailing occurs, and unfortunately, my partner, who lives out of the country, had no one there to receive the notice. I'm not stating that we haven't been in violation, for sure. This is 2 parcels. The parcel that is being cited and has been cured is the entire full lot. It's an acre of land. As soon as we received notice, I reached out to the inspector. The next day, we had people there cleaning it. It actually was complied with about a few days before that, but the inspector asked me to go out and pick up some palm fronds that were remaining after our land company went ahead and did it. I really would respectfully request not the number of days, even though we didn't get notice. My partner was in France. As a matter of fact, I flew back just for this hearing this morning, as I told the inspector. If the daily amount can be reduced, that would be greatly appreciated. There is no life safety on this site. It's a vacant piece of land. We're talking about lawn care, obviously in an area where there's a lot of people driving by and dropping things.
Let me just say this. It's not a system to wait till you get a violation to clean up the property.
I agree.
You need to put something in place so that you're frequently checking on your property so that you do not get the violation.
Right.
Because this is the 3rd violation.
Well, it's not true. There is, as I mentioned, there are 2 parcels. One of these violations was for the rear parcel, which is along the back. And we've actually been in for permits for the DRC. We've had lots of communication with the city. We've been back and forth because of the storage of water and the great improvements that they've done behind the property to the west, which the city has complete control of in their stormwater system. We had DRC approval a few years ago. We've been working hard to try to get this done. We just spoke to staff again. We're excited about getting started now. So I throw myself before the court to see if we could reduce the daily. I think $500 a day is excessive for this situation. A lot of other cases that are very similar that I heard today were in the $100 range to the maximum $250 range. So I think that is what I'm asking.
They were in a 3rd repeat, though.
Well, like I said, I did hear today there was a 2nd repeat, but still, the $500 a day, I'm not saying about the fine shouldn't be done. I'm saying the amount seems to be excessive. $500 a day when there's no life safety and the likes is excessive. But that is my request. We have taken action. We are putting a fence up on the property again. We are putting our banners up, and we are going to be taking proactive. We have other properties we have never had violations. So I do throw myself before the court only upon the fine amount of the daily, because I find it excessive. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated.
Okay.
Your Honor, if you allow me, on case CE 230700150, the fines, it was $250 a day, and it was total $25,750. The lien was recorded in October 19th, 2023. On case CE 20071072, fines are accrued for a total of $5,350, and lien was recorded on March 12, 2021, and none of these cases has been resolved.
You mean the fines haven't been paid? The cases have been closed, correct? So my partner, once again, and he submitted for the amnesty, but unfortunately, because of the death of his father, he hasn't been able to get back to the States. So I spoke to the inspector about that. We are going to mitigate that. We are going to submit for the amnesty now. I just flew back from France because I had to take care of a lot of stuff. So the $250, which was prior done, would be greatly appreciated.
I will reduce the fine to $25,000.
Okay. Thank you, Rona.
It is complied, yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please think I got a job.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Gil Williams, case number CE 24090095, case address 5 Northeast 16th Court, owner Olga Mankata, posted at property 22525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Olga Moncada.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case CE 24090095. The address is 5 Northeast 16th Court. This case was first cited on September 5th, 2024 for the following violations. Violation 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-363 complied. 9-306 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 25th, 2025, and the remaining violation 9-305B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 91 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Olga Moncada.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 91 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
May I ask for more time? I just have new tenants move in. It's been really hard to keep up with the property unoccupied. I had placed grass twice. In fact, Inspector Bernstein, here present, helped me tremendously back when I had just recently bought the property. And the biggest problem I have is I put the grass, we keep it up, and then it floods. The previous inspector that I met with when I received the notice of violation explained it to me that I needed to find a way to drain the water. But it's a flood zone. The entire block gets flooded on the left side of the block, which is my side. I have spoken to my neighbors to see what kind of solutions they found. None. I had 2 vendors come in to give me a proposal to find a solution, but no one has given me a solution either. I am asking if I can get more time or if you allow me to put mulch because I don't have the financial means to buy grass again and it's gonna get rotten again.
Okay.
The city is still going to request the 91 days. Based off the property and the small areas that need to be replaced with the grass. So it's not a lot, you know, truly understanding we're in dry season right now. It hasn't been raining a lot, so you shouldn't be receiving the flooding, especially for this area right now. So we're going to stick with the 91 days.
Yeah, I think it's in your best interest to get it done sooner rather than later because once the rains start, you're going to be in worse shape. So I'm going to stick with the 91 days. If you run into a problem, contact the inspector. But it's in your best interest to get it done as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2401-0383, case address 1617 Northwest 5th Street, owner Beverly Chambers and Sefton Chambers. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 8/13/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day. $15,500 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Hi, what was the last thing? It's in order for what?
It's in order to reappear, which you complied with because you're here.
Right. You said it was 2 violations or 1?
There's only 1 left.
Okay, it's the grass. We're still in this
All right,
stage.
let the inspector
Oh, okay.
speak first so I can get a context for the hearing.
Good morning, Officer Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 240-10383 for property located at 1617 Northwest 5th Street. This case was first heard on June 11, 2024 by Special Master Flynn. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and Special Master Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. Special Master hearing was conducted on September 10, 2024, and another extension was granted for 63 days. On January 30th, 2025, Special Master Flynn granted a 56-day extension with an order to reappear today, March 27, 2025. Violation 9-305B. The landscape of the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-306 is complied, and violation 18-12A is in compliance. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025, and the following violation, 9-305B, has not complied as depicted on the photos, and the owner is here to provide us with a progress report.
Okay, now please state your name for the record.
Beverly Chambers.
Okay, all right. So it looks like you made a good effort on most of you just have the landscaping left to do.
Right, and we have here, we did make application for the permit. Plans went in. We have a bunch of revisions. We're asking for a 91-day extension. I believe.
What is the permit for?
A new build.
Oh.
Right. That's why we didn't want to waste money on putting down grass, but we do maintain the property and keep it low. It's just the dirt is not in compliance.
Okay, and so the permits have been submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any objection to 91 days?
No objections.
All right, 91 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, 1 second. Supervisor Cloyne, can we get a mandatory reappearance?
Oh,
Just to
yes.
get progress on that?
Okay, so if the property is not complied within the 91 days, if it is complied, call the inspector to comply it. If not, you'll reappear on my docket of June 26th.
June 26th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110095, case address 3461 Berkeley Boulevard, owner Christina Cabrera and Matias Nicholas Pezo, posted at property 31025, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 11/4/24, and the following violations were observed. 24-7(B) is complied. 18-12(A), overgrowth, trash, and debris was complied on 3/26/25. 9-306, exterior maintenance. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and or missing paint. 9-7278(E) is complied. 9-305(B), landscape maintenance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. And 24-27(B) is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/26/25, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 9-306, we're asking 63 days or $50 per day thereafter. And for violation 9-305B, 63 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Matias Paso.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the remainder of the property into compliance within the next 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yeah, that's fine. I wanna we're gonna replace the roof So the Sophie and the fascia, I don't know if you can give me a little bit more because we got a good price, but it's not on me, it's on the guy who's going to do the roof.
Okay, so is what you're telling me is that you need to get the roof done before you do the exterior walls?
Yes.
Okay, all right. 91 days sufficient? Is that okay with everyone?
I have no objections. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
91 days, and if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector, but it's still 63 days to get the landscaping done.
Perfect. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 4, Inspector Guy Seidemann, Vanessa Willis, presenting case number CE 2408-0608, case address 952 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner SFR 2012-1 Florida LLC, posted at property 31125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning. Start.
No, I need to hear from her first. Thank you.
Good morning. Vanessa Willis presenting for Guy Seidemann, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 24080608 for property located at 952 Northwest 24th Avenue. This property was first inspected on November 25th, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-304B. The asphalt at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and or damaged areas and is stained with dirt or oil. The parking strip is faded and needs to be repainted. And this is a recurring violation from case CE 210-71109 and will be presented before the special magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing. Violation 9-308B. There is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. There is plastic on the roof and dark stains or marks that need to be maintained. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. The rear of the property has weeds and overgrowth that needs to be maintained. The weeds are growing through the wooded fence slats, and in the front of the house, there are cracks with grass and weeds growing through the cracks. This is a recurring violation from case CE 210-71109 and will be presented before the special magistrate to obtain a finding or fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing. Violation 9-363, failed to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. Floors, walls, ceilings, roof, windows, doors, and or all building parts not maintained. There are walls that have moisture in them and cracks throughout the inside of the property. The fascia boards are missing and in disrepair outside and view from the street. A pre-hearing investigation was conducted on March 18, 2025, and the violations remain. For violation 9-363, landlord registration, the city is requesting compliance within 15 days or a fine of $250 per day thereafter. For the remaining violations, the city is requesting compliance within 28 days or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter. The city would like to submit the case file and photos to the court.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Louis Haran. I'm the property manager for Pacifica Residentials.
All right, Mr. Haran, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the requested time from the city?
Actually, if you don't mind, I started with the company about 5 months ago. I just had an eviction not too long ago from that address. And I lost a person in that area that does normally these type of inspections for me, so I did it myself. When I went there, I realized there was a problem. And unfortunately, by the time I left there, I got bit by fleas all over my body. It was really bad. So the first thing I did is I sent pest control inside the house, and then I did the outside. And the outside is 2 treatments. So you have to wait for them in order for them the fleas to be taken care of before you cut the grass and do the landscaping and all that. So once I did the last 2 pest control treatments, then I did hire somebody that did take care of this. The landscaping is done. It's taken care of. The trash out, I kind of did it myself on the first day. That's the reason why I got bit and all that. And the gentleman who did the landscaping as well helped me do the trash out. So that trash out is complete because I didn't want to leave everything there, looking bad. So I left it in really good conditions, and I have pictures of it as well. Okay. Now the next project would be, of course, the building. This is prior to me receiving this. Since I'm new, I didn't know about the previous violations. So I was already in the works of trying to get, the quotes that I needed in order for me to start working on the outside and the roof and everything else. But that takes time, especially for me to try to get the right bid, the right person, in that area. So I'm asking really for an extension since, again, I just inherited this project. The most it's going to take me is going to be, 90 days for the roof part of it. The asphalt, the only question I have about that one is because this home is connected to another one right there. The asphalt and the grounds is the same, right? And then you have another house to the left of it, and they're all connected, and they all look the same. So to me, it was like, okay, it's normal, but it's not. So apparently
we'll get to them eventually.
I'm sorry?
I said we'll get to them eventually.
Yeah, it landed on me. But I know that I can take care. But I can take care of that part next, because that's the easier to me. Is like strategically, let me take care of the asphalt, the white lines and all that stuff. But like the gentleman prior to me, if I'm going to do the roof, I can't do the wall right away. You know what I mean? I'd rather take care of the roof, and right after that, I do the walls, the windows, and the painting, and all of the above. So I'm just asking for an extension for me to go ahead and continue with the project.
So you're going to put on a new roof, is what you're saying?
I'm going to look into it, and that's why kind of like I'm working on right now with different contractors.
So, Your Honor, I would just say, and for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, as you can see, this property didn't end up in this state of disrepair overnight. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that the gentleman is new to the property, but this property owner owns 83 properties in Broward County. So I would suggest perhaps a slightly shorter time frame with a notice to reappear so we can just keep updated on the progress of what's going on.
Oh, yes, and the last one, I know that my record LLREG 250340, that's one of the violations. So we're not registered, but we are. So I'm confused, and again, I'm new, so maybe I missed something.
Are you registered at this particular property?
Yes.
And when did you guys register?
It says when we looked it online, is good for 1 year till March 27, 2026.
Your Honor, excuse me, Supervisor Cloyne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. So there is a landlord registration in there, and there's also a roof permit that was issued.
Okay, so 9-363, does that make that in compliance?
So
yes,
9363, yes, sorry, Vanessa, go ahead.
That's okay. When was the roof permit issued? So you have a roof permit?
That's the part, though. Remember, when I inherited this, my whole concern was the fleas, and then I focused on just trying to, before I could even go in there again, I needed to have that place cleaned.
It was,
So I don't know. I don't have that answer for you. Sorry.
It was issued on January 28th, 2025.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what anything more from the city?
City just sticks by with the time frame simply because there are a lot of these that are recurring violations. So the landlord permit is mute because he already has that. But the other ones, the 28 days with the progress report, just to see what he's doing with the smaller violations.
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them the 28 days, and I'm going to give you an order to reappear so that you will come back on my April 24th docket. And if I see substantial due diligence and progress being made, then I will grant further extensions. Okay?
That'll
All right.
work. That'll work. Yeah, definitely. I'll bring the paperwork and everything else. I'm pretty good at doing it, but honestly.
And in the meantime,
please.
if you think that there's something that is in compliance, let the inspector
Will do.
know so that she can come out and re-inspect.
Will do.
Okay.
Will do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too.
Our next case, page 28, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2501-0007, case address 1829 Southwest 29th Street, owner Peter J. Missler and Mildred Diane Missler, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning. This is Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2501-0007 for property located at 1829 Southwest 29th Street. The inspection was conducted in January 2nd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RMM-25 zone property. There is outdoor storage including but not limited to multiple water heater tanks, a shipping container, and other miscellaneous items. 9-305B, the swale at the west side of the property is not being maintained to a neat and well-kept appearance. There is a dead and missing ground cover. 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, complied. 9-306, complied. 9-304B, there is a trailer bearing a vessel parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is in disrepair. The gravel is worn through, and there are weeds and or grass growing through it. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violations 9-305B, 9-304B, and 91 days to comply for violation 47-34.1.A.1, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
How many days, Tim?
28 days for 9-305B, 9-304B,
No, I got that part. Or
or $50 per day.
okay, and how much for 47,
91 days.
91 days? Or $50 a day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Peter Missler.
Okay, Mr. Missler, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance with the time limits that have been suggested or requested by the city?
If you could just give me some clarity on which one was which there, because you read the numbers, but I'm not sure which one is which, because I thought we were in compliance with pretty much everything except
Okay.
for possibly one thing. So what am I?
So 9-305B, the swale at the west side of the property is not being maintained to a neat and well-kept appearance. There's a dead and missing ground cover. And there's a trailer bearing a vessel parked on the grass. That part was complied. However, the gravel driveway is in disrepair. The gravel is worn through, and there are weeds and grass growing through it.
Okay, so that's one of the ones that you're saying is not done yet?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. We sprayed for the weeds and stuff, but yeah, well, I think I'm just going to have to add some more ground cover so I can do that in the 28 days. No problem. What was the next one?
Which is the illegal land use. There's multiple water heater tanks and a shipping container. This is illegal outdoor storage.
Okay, so
That has to be removed within 91 days.
okay. Wasn't there three things you said?
Yeah.
What was the third one?
One of them is the swale on the west side. The second is the trailer and vessel. Those are both 28 days, although I guess you removed the trailer.
Yes.
You just have to take care of the gravel driveway now.
Yes.
Those two are 28 days. And the third one, which is the illegal land use, is 91 days.
Which is the container?
The
Which is the
container and
containers.
multiple water tanks,
Oh,
water heater tanks.
Those were gone immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, there are no,
All right.
as you could, if you go back to the pictures, you'll see there's none of
All
that
right.
there.
Well, then you should have no problem
Yeah.
complying the rest of it within 91 days.
Yeah,
Okay?
I appreciate it.
right.
Yeah, I think that's it, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
just need to confirm that the container needs to go within
Yes.
91 days.
Yes, thank you.
Make sure as soon as you got it taken care of, you call the inspector so he has time to get out there and so the fines don't continue to run.
If you don't mind me asking, what's the date for where does that land, do you know?
So for the 28 days, you have until April 24th, 2025, and for the 91 days, you have until June 26th, 2025.
Just a quick question for you, is it, if, we took care of a little bit of weeds that grow up through the rocks, we just add some more rocks in there, it's good?
Yes, you need to replenish the gravel and remove all the weeds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 37, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24110407, case address 805 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner 805 Northwest 2nd Avenue, LLC, in care of RTW Rentals. This case was cited 21725 to comply by 22725. One section complied. The vehicle was towed on 3/2/25. Appeal deadline was 3/16/25, and appeal was received.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Co-Compliance, presenting case CE 24110407, address 805 Northwest 2nd Avenue. On February 16th, 2025, this property was inspected and the following violation was found. 18-4C, there is a derelict dark blue Oldsmobile Alero with an expired tag, leaking oil, and a flat tire. VIN number 1 Golf 3 Hotel November 52 Kilo 8 Whiskey 48 31277. The vehicle is red tagged, allowing 10 days for compliance. On March 2nd, 2025, a reinspection was conducted and the vehicle remained in the same derelict state, untouched, with the red tag still on. Westway was then called to have the vehicle removed from the property. And the property owner is here to appeal.
Vehicle owner.
Vehicle owner.
Please state your name for the record.
Sanchez Hill.
Okay. And what do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
I have the derelict, the ordinance for derelict, under the derelict definition. Quick question. Is ordinances made based off of their interpretation of it, or is it made based off the, because I'm in violation of their interpretation of the ordinance, not the actual ordinance itself?
Well, the ordinance usually uses plain language, so you'll have to tell me why you are interpreting it differently.
I have it right here, highlighted. This is the ordinance section 18-3 definition. I don't know if you have that like I have it.
Okay. Tell me what you want to tell me.
And under here, it says, it doesn't say decaf and it doesn't say registration. By the way, the car is registered. It is insured. I just hadn't put the proper decal on there. But underneath these words that's in your ordinance, it doesn't say decal and it doesn't say registration. It says current valid license tag. And if you look at my tag right there, it's current, it's valid, it's registered to me. The only thing that she's interpreting from off this paper is the decal sticker right there that says 824. And on here, it does not stipulate decal, it does not stipulate registration, and it does not stipulate interpretation. Now, if they're allowed to take the ordinance and interpret it for their own benefit, then I'm out of compliance based off their...
Why does that sticker look like it's expired then if you have it registered?
Again, that particular sticker is because it's in the process of being painted, and if they would have looked in the inside, it has no seats and stuff in there. So that's why the tag is not on the rear of the vehicle, because I'm not driving the vehicle. I just has the vehicle staged right there at that particular spot, and I did not put the sticker on at the time that they was doing whatever they was doing.
Do you have proof that the vehicle is in fact registered?
Yes, ma'am. I have my insurance information. I didn't take negligence on my part. I didn't bring the registration with me. I didn't take a picture of the registration, but I do have, because they sent me the insurance, whatever that is that they send you. They sent that to my phone so I can have, in case if I got stopped or something, I can show it to my insurance card or whatever electronically. But as far as my sticker and everything, I tried to explain that to them because the day that it went missing was the day that I filed a police report because I thought somebody stole it. So it wasn't derelict. And according to Westway was told that they got weeds and stuff growing all around it. There's no weeds growing all around it. According to Westway, according to derelict and the definition of derelict, and at the top of this, it say the following words, terms, phrases used in this chapter shall have the meaning ascribed to them in this section. So I don't see nowhere on there where it say interpretation. Now, if they want to take interpretation and add it to the bylaws of ordinance, then I guess I'm not in compliance. But
I'm going to let the city respond to that under the definition of derelict, this vehicle does not
well, according to Mr. Battle say his interpretation and what he explains to his.
I don't care about his interpretation. I'm going to see
I
from
can
the
give you this
evidence
to you.
in front of me whether or not it's in compliance. Now, let me hear from the city.
So, Your Honor, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Per Fort Lauderdale Police Department, the vehicle was listed in their system as abandoned with a tag expiration date of 8/30/22, registered to Sanchez Hale. The decal that was currently on the vehicle is associated, has a tag number of QVJM11, which is not assigned to any vehicle, with the registered owner being Carswell, expired 8/20/24, August 2024. So,
According to derelict, ma'am, the derelict definition that I have right here, everything that she just read to you does not describe derelict, the definition of derelict.
She's looking at that right now.
So I'll read the whole definition into the record. Derelict means any motor vehicle or vessel which is in a state of evident disuse, neglect, or abandonment, is wrecked or partially dismantled, having no motor, engine, transmission, or other major parts necessary for operation. Pardon me, has vegetation underneath as high as the body or frame, has refuse or debris collected underneath, is being used solely for storage purposes, does not have all tires inflated, does not display a current valid license tag, or which threatens or endangers public safety and welfare. So based on the records by Fort Lauderdale Police Department, it did not display a current valid license tag.
Before you sit, can I ask her a question?
Go ahead.
What is a current valid license tag? Because I looked up the definition of that, and it did not show me registration, and it did not show me decal. So I looked for the book. I wanted to come in with a book, but everything's is online using a book. So if she can tell me registration, vehicle, license tag has registration or decal attached to it, I'll sit right here and wait for Google to display that.
Well, I'm not really sure all of what you said. I mean, my function here is not really to answer questions from members of the public. The car needs a current license. It needs a license plate with a current tag on it.
When you say tag, you mean decal or registration?
Decal.
Okay, so
it has
that's
to have a license plate
that's not
and a
in derelict,
decal.
ma'am. That's not under the definition of derelict. I have a valid license. The car is, like I tried to explain, I just haven't stuck the stuff on there because it's going to go to the shop. The minute they towed it is the minute that I contacted everybody, so it's not abandoned. It's not, the tires is all pumped up on it. It runs. I don't know what more to say about that other than the definition.
What is a tag if it's not the sticker on the
license plate?
On the license plate.
A tag, if that car was in an accident or killed somebody, it will automatically come back to my name. And in the state of Florida, from what I know, I'm not the smartest guy, from what I know, if it wasn't registered, I wouldn't have a tag. It would have to be, it would have to be a violence license tag through the state of Florida by me going down there and buying and purchasing a tag. Now, interpreted, if we're using interpretation, you know, my interpretation versus the
But mine's all that matters here
correct.
today.
That's why I wanted to stress that. That's why I wanted to stress that. Because we talking about interpretation, all the tires pumped up. It's not abandoned. There's no weeds growing up out of it. It doesn't look like it's lost, and it's just in the process of moving from one location to another location. I have the insurance. I have everything that's supposed to be.
All right. I don't believe there was a valid tag on the.
I think Katrina had something.
Oh, Katrina, did you have something to add?
No, ma'am, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The only thing I was going to add is, based on the ordinance, the car was tagged, giving 10 days to address whatever the city said was wrong with the car. Of course, if you look back to the first pictures that were taken in November, the car was leaking oil in November. If you see the subsequent pictures, the oil stain continued to get larger. Additionally, when we tagged the car, we give 10 days. The code officer went back in 16 days, and then the car was towed. So the property owner, if having a valid tag was the only concern, could have simply just placed the tag on the vehicle or updated the decal. But as stated by FLPD, the tag is still expired to date. Well, to the date of this note in the record, which was earlier this month. Additionally, the decal that's on the tag doesn't belong to that tag. So it's neither here nor there at this point. The tag is not valid.
Okay. All right. I'm going to deny the appeal.
Excuse me, ma'am. When you say you deny the appeal, you deny it based off of derelict, or you deny the appeal based off of Fort Lauderdale police records for this and
I
that?
do not believe that there was a proper, up-to-date tag on that vehicle, and that's why I'm denying the appeal.
So that means I have to pay Westway Towing all that money for storing the vehicle over there? Because that's what the appeal is based off of. Because the day you took it is the day I called for it, and I couldn't get it from Westway Towing without paying for it. So the only reason I'm appealing is to appeal the amount of money that's occurring on the vehicle. The reason that oil stain is there is because when the guy who towed it there did something underneath the bottom of it.
Sir, if you had, this vehicle was marked. You had 10 days. If it was a properly registered vehicle, you could have changed the tag.
If you go back, you'll see the sticker is on the driver's side. We live on the passenger side, so to the credit.
You live on the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. This is a duplex. Is that considered a duplex? That's a duplex, so it has apartments on opposite sides. The car was tagged on the side that doesn't live on, So that is why I was in compliance on the 16 days. I'm just trying to make state to the court, to the magistrate, that upon noticing that tag, the compliance would have been fulfilled. Because I didn't know that the tag was on and subsequently to whoever went out there and put it on there, they're doing their job. As a owner of the vehicle, it would have been my responsibility to respond. And according to not knowing that the tag was on there, placed on the driver's side due to day-to-day activity, is why it was in compliance for those few days.
But the tag was properly posted, so I'm going to make a
So is it a way that you can reduce because this court hearing is what
I can't do anything for your towing bill.
No, but the court date was scheduled one day, and I couldn't come here until the 27th. So those 2 weeks or 3 weeks that occurred for me to come here to this court hearing is being penalized to me over here at Westway Towing. At the time that I came looking for my car,
Why didn't you pick up your car?
Due to the fact that I thought coming in here with this information that derelict, if I had money to blow like how y'all making money sitting around, then I could just go and pay for it.
I beg your pardon, sir. Your hearing is over.
Well, I didn't mean it like that, ma'am. I understand what working is all about.
I have ruled, I've denied the appeal. I've heard everything you have to say. The hearing's over. There's nothing I can do about your towing bill.
Is there another?
It's not within my jurisdiction to tell a private company what he can charge you for towing.
Ma'am, Westway Towing is the highest tow bill in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Sir?
And if it's in Westway Towing, ma'am, they prices is the highest of all prices.
Sir, I've already ruled.
So
I'm
where
sorry.
do I go next to appeal your appeal?
Okay, I can't give you legal advice. You have a right to appeal. You can,
I'm just
you
asking,
can certainly
where do I go for
exercise
that?
your right. The Circuit Court of Appeals. Circuit Court.
Where's that at? I got to go downtown Fort Lauderdale?
Yep.
And go to just the Circuit Court or the Clerk of Court?
Circuit Court is where you appeal my order to.
Can you give me an address?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So I just go downtown to the Circuit Court and I can appeal your findings.
I can't give you legal advice on how to proceed, sir.
Well, ma'am, I'm not
All I can
used to-
tell you is that you have a right of appeal to the Circuit Court. That's all I can say.
Do you know where the Circuit Court at? I don't even know what that is, ma'am. This is
It's
my
on
first
6th
time.
Avenue somewhere. I don't know the number. It's not my responsibility to tell you where to find the courthouse.
Ma'am, I'm not saying it's your responsibility, ma'am. I'm just a person that does not understand
Well,
or
I've
know.
told you as much as I can to help you.
Our next case, page 3, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24090061, case address 2451 Northwest 16th Street, owner Destiny Cardona, posted at property 3425, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 24090061, case address 2451 Northwest 16th Street. An inspection report was conducted at the property on 9/4/24, and the following violation was observed. 47-21.15a. 2 large olive trees were removed from this R1C county zone residential property without first obtaining a permit. An inspection report was posted at the property on 9/4/24. A notice of hearing was posted on 3/4/25. As a pre-hearing inspection of city records was conducted on 3/26/25, and the required permit has been issued but not completed. The city is requesting 63 days or a fine of $50 a day per day. The city is also requesting a one-time fine of $150 for each tree that was removed without a permit, for a total fine of $300.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
This is Sadie Cardona.
Okay. Gus?
Gus? Gus? Do you swear or affirm to translate from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you explain to her that the city's requesting 63 days and also a fine of $300?
La ciudad está pidiendo 63 días, correcto, y what's the fine, I'm sorry?
The fine is $300.
She actually gave me
Tengo el permiso de
she
los
already has a
árboles.
permit here on hand.
Oh.
This is irreparable, irreversible.
What?
It's irreparable, irreversible. The city is charging $150 fee. This is $150 for each tree that was removed.
No, I understand
And that's there, and she did obtain the permit. It has been issued but not completed. So it has to go through landscaping to be completed and finalized, and then that's why I'm giving her the 63 days to allow that
Okay.
process at
Okay.
landscaping.
I get it. Okay.
Pagué 600. Ay, ajá.
She paid $620 for the permit. ¿Qué más me quiere que le diga?
Antes de cortar los
Before
árboles,
I took the trees out,
yo saqué el permiso
I took out the permit
con General Contractor.
from a general contractor.
Cuando corté los árboles, él me dijo que sí estaba aprobado y por
When I
eso
cut
lo
down the
hice.
trees, the contractor told me that they were approved to
Eh,
cut down the trees.
Un año después, la
And a year
señora
later,
me mandó una carta diciendo que
The
no
code
había
officer-
sido
the code
aprobado.
officer sent her like a notice or an email saying that basically there was no permits.
Fui a someter el permiso el 10 de marzo y el
10th
día
of
de
March, I
ayer
actually
fue
went there
aprobado.
actually to submit documents for the permit, and as of yesterday, she got the permit.
Right. So try to explain to her that what happened was she had a fence permit, and I think she was confused that her contractor had gotten the tree permit, but he never did.
Parece que el contratista le dijo a usted que había un permiso para el árbol, pero
Yeah.
no era
Right.
correcta la información.
Okay.
So she got the permit issued. She applied for permit on 3/10. So it was after the fact, after the trees were cut down.
Y la multa de hoy es porque es un hecho que usted hizo antes de sacar el permiso.
Okay.
Hizo lo correcto
Okay.
para sacar el permiso, pero la multa de $300 son por los two trees, right?
Two trees.
Por los dos árboles que
Ajá.
usted cortó sin tener el permiso anteriormente.
Okay.
Y let me explain to her in Spanish. I guess she doesn't understand. La razón es que nosotros pedimos que saquen un permiso antes de cortar cualquier árbol dentro de que está dentro de tu propiedad. Y eso es para evitar este tipo de multas.
Okay.
What I'm explaining to her is that anytime somebody cuts down a tree or wants to cut down a tree, they're supposed to get a permit before they cut the tree. So I want her to understand why she's getting the $300 fine. De todos modos, ahorita la señora y la ciudad le está cobrando $150 por cada árbol, que en este caso fueron 2. Y eso no se puede remitir hacia atrás. Es una multa fija.
¿Y dónde lo pago?
She's asking, where do I pay it?
Okay, she'll get an order in the mail that'll,
Va a recibir una orden a su casa por correo, y una vez que usted tenga esa orden, entonces usted viene a la ciudad o a la dirección que está en la carta y usted va a pagar los $300.
Okay.
Que eso dura entre 30 a 45 días, así que tiene tiempito.
¿Y tengo que reemplazar los árboles de nuevo o no?
Does she have to replace the trees that were cut down?
Well, explain to her that landscape will come out there and assess it all, and explain to her exactly what she needs to do, because now it's in their hands, and that's why I'm giving her the extra 63 days so the permit can be finalized.
El departamento de forestación de la ciudad, landscaping, va a llegar un inspector y le va a determinar si amerita usted reemplazar esos árboles o no. Por eso la señora, la inspectora, le está dando los 63 días para que llegue a la ciudad y determine si usted va a necesitar reemplazar los árboles.
Okay.
okay, just make sure she understands that if that process is not completed within 63 days, that there'll be a $50 a day fine.
Usted tiene una multa de $300 por los árboles. Le está dando los 63 días, la jueza le está dando los 63 días, pero es su responsabilidad para que usted también esté al tanto o esté encima de la ciudad en este caso.
Okay.
Dentro de los 63 días, si no, le van a cobrar $50 diarios adicionales de multa.
Okay.
¿Okay?
All right, so if she runs into a problem, make sure she contacts the inspector.
Si tiene algún problema o algún percance, por favor contacte a la señora, a la inspectora. Ella le va a dar su tarjeta para que usted esté en contacto con ella.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you.
Our next case, page 32. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24120476, case address 1440 Southwest 33rd Street, owner Abraham Sassone, posted at property 3125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 24120476 for property located at 1440 Southwest 33rd Street. This property was first inspected on December 20th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1, There is illegal land use occurring at this RD 15 zone property. Outdoor storage in the front, back, and sides of the building. Items including trailer, tiles, furniture, wood pallets, vehicles parts, and miscellaneous are visible from the public right-of-way. 9-304B complied. 9-306 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are numerous asphalt cracks and missing patches of asphalt. 47-20.13.F, there's prohibited gravel for multifamily property and right-of-way. 9-363 complied. 9-278E complied. 18-1 complied. 9-313A complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violations 47-34.1.A.1, violation 9-305B, violation 47-20.20.H, and 47-20.13.F, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, so the remaining violations, are they all 63 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what is the fine?
$100 per day, per violation thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Abraham Sasson.
Okay, Mr. Sasson, it looks like you're making a good start on it. Can you agree to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Okay, what happened with the trailer and the RV that's going over there? I have a tenant that is not a clean tenant, and I'm processing to evict him. I gave him a 7 days notice and didn't work out, so I had to take him to court. And it's not processed. I don't know how long it's going to take. It may take more than 63 days, I'm not sure, but I have a lawyer that's working on it. I have all the papers here already.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll give you the 63 days, but if you run into a problem with the courts, contact the inspector and request further extension, okay?
Yeah. You know what happened? The tenant may comply with that, but since he's not a clean tenant, it can happen in the future again. So I have to get rid of him.
Okay, all right, so the property is complied? Has the trailer been removed?
Yes. Yes, and the asphalt, they're going to do the asphalt, they're going to start working on it this week.
Okay.
We had a problem with the permit, took so long. We had a problem with the survey, it was no good. They said it's old, they had to order a new survey. It took me a couple of weeks. All this took the drag.
Sure, I understand.
But now they're doing it.
Okay, 63 days should be time enough. I don't think the court case will impair this any because the trailer's already been removed, you said. So.
Okay.
All right.
So everything going to be 63 days from today.
Everything's 63 days,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 50. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2407-0775, case address 301 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Little Boss Holdings, LLC. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 1/14/25. One suspension from 1/30/25 to 3/27/25. 4 sections not complied at $200 per day. $13,600 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning.
Good morning. Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 240707775 for property located at 301 Northwest 12th Avenue. This case was first heard on November 12, 2024 by Special Master Flynn, and the ruling was in favor of the city, and they were ordered 63 days to comply or $200 per day thereafter. On January 30th, 2025, Special Master Flynn granted a 56-day extension with an order to appear today, March 26, 2025. And as of today, violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case. CE 210-70094, and will be brought before the magistrate whether compliance is met or not. Violation 47-34.1.A.1, no compliance. There is illegal land use occurring at this RC-15 property. There is non-permitted outdoor storage of items, including but not limited to bricks, boxes, bottles, jugs, etc. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case, CE 210-70094, and will be brought before the magistrate whether compliance is met or not. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and gutters, are in disrepair. Fascia is also dirty and or stained. Violation 18-4C, complied. Violation 9-304B, complied. Violation 9-363, complied. Violation 47-34.4A1, complied. And the property owner or their designee is here to speak on behalf of the request for an extension.
Okay, please state your name.
Gustavo Ramos.
Okay, why isn't this property in compliance?
We speak like in January, we had a tenant, which was the problem, and it was on eviction. Now we removed the tenant, we are working on painting and the grass.
And how much time are you requesting for an extension?
60 days is okay?
City's position?
Magistrate, I asked that it be actually less than that, the 28 days.
28 days.
Because there's nothing that has been done. There's simple things like the rain gutters that could have been done like from the last hearing, and nothing is being done, and it doesn't have a bearing on the tenant being there. You know what I mean? All of the things that the guy left behind, like you see how the rocks are stacked up there on the property, those should have left when he left. So, you know, you guys put the rocks in the swell area without a permit, without any approvals. So work is being done, but no research is being done prior to doing that work. So that's why I'm asking for 28 days as opposed to 63.
28 days then.
Okay, 28 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 42. Inspector John Claude Noel. Case number CE 24070219. Case address 312 Northeast 16 Terrace. Owner Saint Media Group LLC. This case was first heard 13025 to comply by 2925 and 22725. One section not complied at $100 per day, $1,800 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good day, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Officer Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Officer presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 7/10/2024 and given time to correct. The case was last heard on January 30th, 2025 by Special Magistrate Cannon. The magistrate was granted 10 days extension to comply for $100 per day thereafter. The property was in non-compliance for 18 days at $100 per day, with a total of $1,800. The city is requesting full amount for the imposed fine of $1,800.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Stanislav Teplakov.
Okay, and why did you not pick up the trash for 18 days? I mean, it was so simple. That was the easy one to get done.
Because I was out of the country till February 23rd. And then, as we know, February 23rd was like Friday. No, it was Monday. And I was doing... So I was out of the country till February 23rd. And when I came, I started to do everything I could to be in accordance with the violations.
When I did make contact with him, immediately when I made contact with him, he got on top of it and took care of all the violations that were on the property. There were several but this one was.
All right, I'll reduce the fine to $500.
Can I apply for lien amnesty program?
Yes. No.
Yes,
When
no?
it's reduced, no.
Can you not reduce it?
I'm done. All right.
Okay.
$500.
All right.
Hearing's done.
Deal.
Yeah, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
We're going to recall the case on page 25. Case number CE 2411071, case address 2323 Southwest 19th Avenue. Inspector Mohammed Dayem.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 24030659 for property located at 2323 Southwest 19th Ave. The inspection was conducted on November 27th, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a repeat violation as per case CE 2307-0150, and as such fines will begin immediately and case will be brought before the magistrate whether or not the property has come into compliance. Your magistrate, this is a second repeat violation referred to cases CE 2307-0150 and case CE 2007-1072 with liens recorded on the property from both cases. As for the current case, fines accrued for a total of 114 days from November 11th, 2024 through March 21st, 2025 at $500 a day, which totals $57,313. 18-12A is now complied. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Your Honor, I do apologize for coming back before you, but it was my misunderstanding that the amnesty program is not eligible based upon reduction. So I would request that the full amount be fined.
All right, I'm going to impose the, vacate my prior order and impose a fine of $57,813.
Thank you very much. My misunderstanding.
Your Honor, $313.
$313, sorry.
Thank you, staff, and thank you very much.
All right, thank
Have a
you.
good day.
That's the end of. We'll take a 5-minute recess. We're recalling the case on page 34, case number CE 25020506, case address 110 Southeast 11th Avenue. Inspector Evan Oakes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes presenting case CE 25020506, property address 110 Southeast 11th Avenue, to discuss an amendment of the previous issued order with the respondent.
I understand that you're coming back to request additional time. I had originally ruled 7 days. The maximum I could give you is 30 days, so I'm prepared to do that.
So the deadline is going to be April 27th, correct?
April 26th. Yeah. All right. All right. You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Moving to page 2, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2501-0006, case address 515 Southeast 9th Street, owner 515 Southeast 9th Street, LLC, posted at property 31025, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Marshal's Office, here to present case number FC 2501-0006, property address 515 Southeast 9th Street. Property aside in reference to Florida State Statute 633.2.2.2, light frame construction notice requirements. I did get a text message late yesterday night stating that the property's been brought into compliance. It'll require a reinspection. At this time, we're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter for that to be conducted.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2501-0010, case address 1710 South Andrews Avenue, owner North Broward Hospital District, personal service on 31125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
And Captain Robert Kasarowicz with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 2501-0010, property address 1710 South Andrews Avenue. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service. And Municipal Order Section 13-58B. The fire protection system reports required to be submitted to the Fire Rescue Department has not been submitted electronically into the compliance engine. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 3, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2502-0010, case address 2748 Northeast 32nd Street, owner C&R Capital Group, LLC, posted at property 31125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
And case FC 2502-0010. Property address 2748 Northeast 32nd Street. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced and tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page...
And I'd like to thank this hearing and this board because I think this is probably my last case that I'm ever going to present.
Best wishes to you. Is he retired? Yes. Enjoy your retirement.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Edward Eason, case number Case number CE 24100263. Case address 1517 Southwest 5th Street. Owner Daniel M. Ray. Posted at property 3525. Posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good evening, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2410-0263 for the property located at 1517 Southwest 5th Street. An inspection of the property is conducted on 10/12/24, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained. There are holes, cracks, and faded asphalt. 9-308A, there are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. Roof is not in good repair and is not weather or watertight. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 3/26/25, and the property remained in violation. The city is requesting 15 days or $50 per day thereafter for 18-12A and 63 days for violation 9-304B, 9-308A, and 9-305B until compliance is met.
Okay, so ordered. Okay, I just had that wrong.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24090185, case address 203 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Leonard LaVille, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 240-90185 for the property located at 203 Northwest 12th Avenue. This property was first inspected on September 8, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-305A, there is growth of landscape material, hedges, and leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way along Northwest 2nd Street and Northwest 12th Avenue. This is a recurring violation. Previous case CE 220-50274. Case will be brought before the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. Violation 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swell, as well as weeds growing throughout the decorative gravel. This is a repeat violation of previous case CE 220-50274, and as such, fines will begin to accrue from the date the violation was first observed. Case will be brought before the special magistrate for imposition of fines whether or not compliance is met. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth of grass, trash, rubbish, and debris, litter on this property and or its swell. This is a recurring violation of previous case CE 220-50274. Case will be brought before the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. Violation 9-313A, property is not identified by approved address numbers. Violation 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. And violation 9-278E, there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025, and all violations remain in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the following: 9-305A and 18-12A, a finding of fact that these are recurring violations with 10 days to comply, or a $50 fine per day. For 9-305B, $100 fine per day, and 9 days of inspections at $100 per day, for a total of $900 at this time, and a finding of fact that it's a repeat, because it is a repeat violation, because it is a repeat violation. For 9-313A, 9-280H1, and 9-278E, 10 days to comply or a $50 fine per day.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page bottom of page 8, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2412-0337, case address 1872 Southwest 28th Avenue, owner David L. Bostock. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 9, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2502-0534, case address 1616 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner Estate Manners, Inc., Lawrence Walters, posted at property 3725, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good afternoon, Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-20534 for the property located at 1616 Southwest 17th Avenue. The property was first inspected on February 21st, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 8-91E. There is a white Sunseeker Predator 74 yacht moored at the rear of the property that extends more than 30% of the width of the waterway, measuring from recorded property line. This is a recurring violation. See case CE 240-90272. As of March 26, 2025, the property is now in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 8-91E.
So ordered.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2412-0494, case address 2722 Davie Boulevard, owner La Segunda Realty Corp., posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20494 for the property located at 2722 Davie Boulevard. The property was first inspected on December 21st, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 47-22.9 complied. Signs have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. The signs are described as feather flag banners with the words pizza and Boost Mobile printed on them, located on the swale abutting Davie Boulevard. This is a recurring violation. See case CE 230-20287. And violation 9-306 is also complied. There is graffiti in the rear alley behind Unit 2784 and Unit 2744. This is a recurring violation. See case CE 220-90768. As of February 22nd, 2025, the property is now in full compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for both violations 47-22.9 and 9-306.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2412-0306, case address 1548 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Thelma A. Funes, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20306 for the property located at 1548 Southwest 22nd Avenue. The property was first inspected on December 12, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 9-305B complied. 9-304B complied. 9-306 complied. 9-278E complied. 47-21.15A. 4 cocoa palm trees have been removed from this RS8 zone property without first obtaining a permit. 47-21.16A complied. 47-19.1.B complied. As of March 26, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of section 47-21.15.A or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The city is also requesting to impose a fine of $150 per tree removed for a total of $600.
So ordered.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 25010368, case address 2416 Southwest 6th Court, owner David First, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-10368 for the property located at 2416 Southwest 6th Court. The property was first inspected on January 9th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 47-21.16A complied. 9-305A complied. 18-12A complied. 9-306 complied. 47-34.1.8.1 complied. 9-304B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property and swale areas. As of March 22nd, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of Section 9-305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, bottom of page 12, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2412-0373, case address 861 Arizona Avenue, owner Almani Lee Olibrus and Edward Olibrus and all others, posted at property 31025, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Inspector Rachel Moore, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 12/16/24, and the following violation was observed. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 7 parentheses A1 commercial vehicles. There is a white commercial vehicle being parked on the south side of this RS67 irregular residential zone property. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 23030610. That particular violation is complied. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the violation. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/26/25, the property does remain in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the recurring violation of 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 7 parentheses A1.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2412-0071, case address 501 East Dayton Circle, owner Louis and Dale Toussaint, posted at property 31025, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Inspector Rachel Moore again, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 12/3/24, and the following violations were observed. 47-39 parentheses A1 B 7 parentheses 7 parentheses A1 commercial vehicle, which is complied. However, there is a commercial vehicle parked in the driveway of this RS67 irregular residential zone property. This is a recurring violation per case CE 230-70959. 18-12 parentheses A is complied. 25-4 complied. 9-305 parentheses B is complied. 47-21.16.A is complied. There was contact made with the property owner regarding all the violations. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/26/25, the property does remain in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the recurring violation of 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 7 parentheses A1.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2412-0452, case address 2790 West Broward Boulevard, owner 2790 LLC, posted at property 31025, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Inspector Rachel Morgan, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 12/19/24, and the following violations were observed. 18-12 parentheses A, overgrowth and trash. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or swell. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 230-90685. 9-306, graffiti is complied. However, Graffiti has been painted on the exterior awnings of this vacant commercial property, which is also a recurring violation per case number CE 230800933. There has been contact made with the property owners regarding the violations. As per pre-hearing inspection dated 3/26/25, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days or $100 per day thereafter for the violation of 18-12 parentheses A, overgrowth and trash. I'm sorry? Yes, and a finding of fact for 9-306.
So ordered.
For both. Thank you.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24050844, case address 411 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Roller Place LLC, personal service on 3/17/25, posted at 1 East Broward 3/14/25.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24050844 for the property located at 411 Northeast 5th Terrace. Inspection of the property was performed on May 29, 2024 and cited for the following violations. 47-2013F. There are potholes and gravel on the swell right-of-way vehicular ingress and egress area of this commercial property. 4719 4D1 has complied. 18-4C has complied. 9-305B. The landscape at this commercial property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in front of the building area. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail on May 29th, allowing 20 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property manager and the property owner. Special Magistrate request form sent on February 27th and scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried on March 25th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 91 days to come into compliance for each of the violations that exist, or a daily fine of $150 for each of the violations.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24120326, case address 1637 North Victoria Park Road, owner Stream Holdings LLC, posted at property 3/17/25, posted at 1 East Broward 3/14/25.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property is first inspected on 12/14/2024 and was given time for correction. Violation 1812 is complied. There was overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on this property, including a plastic bottle, cans, and yard debris. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 230708887. Violation 9-305B, the gravel driveway is in disrepair. The gravel is worn through, and there are weeds and grass growing through it. Violation 9-306, structural parts such as the soffits are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that has stains, missing, or peeling paint. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 2370887. Violation 9-280H1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections where there are damaged or missing slats. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 230708887. Violation 9-363, that violation has been withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025, and the following violations have not complied as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day thereafter for violation 9-304B. On March 26, 2025, violation 18-12 was complied. At this time, the city is only requiring a finding of fact. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-306 and 9-280H and 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24070475, case address 1044 Northeast 15th Avenue, number A. Owner 1044 Northeast 15th Avenue, LLC, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward, 31425.
Officer Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 7/18/2024 and given time for correction. 18-12 is complied. The overgrowth and trash and rubbish in debris around this property and its swale. This is a reoccurring violation. See case CE 23110143. We're seeking a finding of fact for that violation. Violation 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and neat in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. Violation 9-306, the exterior of the building walls have not been maintained. The structural parts, including the fascia and the soffits, are in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that has stains and missing and peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26th at the following and the following violations have not been complied with as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter. Violation 9-305 and violation 9-306.
So ordered.
Next case, page 21, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24090570, case address 731 Northeast 17th Way. Owner Vicky Ann Moon, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward, 31425.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 9/21/2024 and was given time for correction. 18-12, complied. This is a reoccurring violation. Previous case is CE 210900348. Violation 9-304B, complied. 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. Violation 9-305, complied. 9-305A, complied. 9-306, complied. 9-280H1, complied. 9-308B, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26th, and the following violations have not been complied. That's going to be the violation 9-305. The city is requesting 63 days to...
I'm confused.
I'm sorry, did I make a mistake?
Yeah, 9-304B, I'm showing as non-complied.
Oh, I apologize. 9-305. I'm sorry. 9-304B, the driveway.
Yeah.
That is complied. That is complied.
So what about 9-305B?
The only one that's not complied, Your Honor, is going to be 9-305. That's the only one.
A or B?
B, the landscaping.
Okay.
Not complied. That's correct. And we're going to request 63 days for them to comply for that violation. 63 days. That's going to be $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, and you want a finding of
and
fact?
finding of fact, we want for the 18-12.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 23, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24080292, case address 745 Northeast 15th Avenue, owner SJGG Holiday Park LLC, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward, 31425.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 8/14/2024 and given time for correction. 18-1 is complied. 47-20-20H, the parking facilities are not being maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracks and damages and stains and dirt and oil. A pre-hearing inspection per violation of the 47-20.20H.
So ordered.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 24110228, case address 1221 Southwest 29th Street, owner Marcus J. Vitale, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
This is Muhammad Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale. This case has been closed.
Our next case, page 25, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 24110230, case address 1415 Southwest 28th Street, owner Lewis and Gladys Gill, posted at property 3125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Muhammad Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 24110230 for property located at 1415 Southwest 28th Street. This property was first inspected of November 9th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, complied. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair, exhibiting cracks and missing sections of asphalt. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale at the rear of the property on Southwest 27th Court. 9-363, withdrawn. 47-334.1.A.1, complied. 47-20.13.G.1, the swale area has been altered by adding gravel and mulch without obtaining right-of-way improvement permit. 47-21.9.K, there's gravel on the front lawn exceeding 10% of the total landscape area. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 91 days to comply for violations 9-304B, 9-305B, 47-20.13.G.1, and 47-21.9.K, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Muhammad Dam, case number CE 2412-0459, case address 3381 Southwest 11th Avenue, owner David William Hunter Jr. This case is complied. Next case, bottom of page 26, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 2501-0901, case address 2961 Southwest 19th Avenue, owner 2961 Southwest 19th Avenue, LLC, posted at property 3625, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
This is Muhammad Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2501-0901 for property located at 2961 Southwest 19th Ave. The inspection was conducted in January 25th, 2025, and the following violation were observed. 19-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2203-0057. 47-34.1.A.1, complied. On March 22nd, 2025, violation 18-12A was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 2411-0412, case address 2401 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner Aberril Real Properties Corp., in care of Christopher Langen, posted at property 3125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Muhammad Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 2411-0412 for property located at 2401 Southwest 17th Ave. This property was first inspected on November 16th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 47-20.20.h withdrawn. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are multiple cracked windows. 47-19.9 complied. 18-4C complied. 9-363 complied. 47-20.13.B.1.B. There's a gravel parking facility at this RD15 zone multifamily residence. Gravel is not permitted in multifamily residence. 47-20.13.F, there's prohibited gravel for multifamily property and right-of-way. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 9-280B and 91 days to comply for violations 9-305B, 9-306, 47-20.13.1.B, and 47-20.13.F, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case, page 28, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 24120469, case address 3300 Southwest 11th Avenue, number C, owner Limousines of South Florida, Inc., posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Muhammad Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24120469 for property located at 3300 Southwest 11th Ave. This property was first inspected on December 20th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied, 18-12A complied, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. The swale has areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at the property is in a state of disrepair. Portion of the fence is leaning and the top bar is broken. 47-20.20.H complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22nd, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violations 9-305B and 9-280H1, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 25010450, case address 1113 Southwest 20th Street, owner William S. Boyd Estates, posted at property 3625, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Muhammad Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 25010450 for property located at 1113 Southwest 20th Street. The inspection was conducted in January 11th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior including soffits, fascia, and windows, umbrellas that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2202-0779. 9-304B complied. 9-305B complied. On March 15th, 2025, violation 9-306 was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 25010154, case address 1410 West State Road 84, owner Racetrack Petroleum Inc., number 553, in care of Silver Oak Advisors, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Muhammad Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 25010154 for property located at 1410 West State Road 84. This property was first inspected on January 4th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-4 complied, 18-4A complied, 18-12A, there is trash and debris on the east side swale at Southwest 14th Street and on the rear swale of the property facing Southwest 27th Street. 9-305B, the swale of the property is not being maintained to a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-21.16.A, there is a tree stump left after the removal of a tree on the front lawn of this property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 26, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 18-12A and 28 days for violations 9-305B and 47-20.16.A, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 31, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 2501-0071, case address 1434 Southwest 33rd Street, owner 1434 Hage Property LLC, posted at property 21825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
This is Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2501-0071 for property located at 1434 Southwest 33rd Street. This property was first inspected on January 3rd, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. Outdoor storage in front, back, and sides of the building. Items including but not limited to tires, bricks, furniture, a shopping cart, vehicle parts, and miscellaneous item. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2102-0539. 9-304B complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation as per case CE 2102-0539. 9-306 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 27, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting finding of fact for violation 47-34.1.A.1 and 28 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 9-305B and 91 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 33. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2501-0890, case address 417 Northeast 11th Avenue, owner Bent Phillipson Revocable Trust, Bent Phillipson trustee, posted at property 3525, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 2/11/2025 and given time for correction. The violation 9-305 is complied. This was a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24020296. On March 12, 2025, the violation 9-305 was complied. And at this time, the city is only requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered. Okay, we're going back to page 26. Case number CE 2412-0459, case address 3381 Southwest 11th Avenue, owner David William Hunter, Inspector Mohammed Dayam. This was read in as complied. However, the case is not complied, and the inspector will read the case in.
This is Mohammed Dayam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2412-0459 for property located at 3381 Southwest 11th Ave. This property was first inspected on December 19, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. The swale has areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 22, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply for violation 9-305B, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 34. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 25010860, case address 5251 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Kathleen Kennedy and Donald Weber. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 25020508, case address 5451 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner PJ Vacation 111 LLC, Eusebio Pereira and all others, posted at property 31125, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Right. On the first one, we have what that was imposed, right? Oh, okay. But, all right. They were, okay, we'll leave it like that. No, when I talked to them earlier, they said I showed them what we were going to do, but we can't testify now because they were agreeing to it and just wanted to leave. But, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for CE 25020508, 5451 Northeast 22nd Avenue. Is for case, I'm sorry, property address 5451 Northeast 22nd Avenue. This property was initially inspected on February 18th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 15282D1A, there are 3 violations of the city ordinance, which constitutes a request for 180 days suspension of the vacation rental certificate. The qualified vacation cases are as follows. Case CE 24060009, 15278-1E for parking, and 17717.1.A for amplified noise or noise violation. And then case CE 24100-650, 15281A for expired certificate. The city is requesting the full amount of 180 days be suspended on this vacation rental certificate.
Even though the respondent isn't here, I think I still need the evidence on the parking and I don't see any pictures of parking.
Your Honor, both of those, if you'd like, I'll give you the details. Both of those have been heard.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just give it to you. Case CE 24060009 for the parking amplified noise was cited on 6/1/2024. And we had a hearing on 7/9/2024, and they also paid the fine of $500 was paid.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you the other one would be CE 24-100-650, 15281A, the expired certificate, was cited on 10/29/2024. They brought it into compliance on 1/23/2025. Okay. And the original hearing was 1/14/25.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
180 days suspension granted.
Can we get it?
Effective immediately. Is there any reason not to make it effective immediately?
Magistrate?
No, yeah, well,
Supervisor Brown, maybe can we do about 10 days so they have time to adjust their advertisements or anything like that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because I'm here for that, but okay.
All right.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25020138, case address 1613 Southwest 5th Court, owner Tina Mann and Roland Mueller, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good afternoon, Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 6, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is an operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, March 22, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 25020144, case address 1508 Southwest 5th Court, owner Kyle Jeffrey Drury and Taylor Thetford, posted at property 31325, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 7, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there's an operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, March 22, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25010824, case address 2964 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner Sarah B. Garcia and Ruben Jose Gonzalez Garcia, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on January 24, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is an operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, March 22, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25020328, case address 2407 Nassau Lane, owner Hassan Chowdhury, posted at property 3825, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. The property was initially inspected on February 12, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A complied. This is a recurring violation of CE 25010371, in which the property was found to be operating without the required certificate of compliance from the city under 15-272A. This violation was discovered on January 11, 2025, and complied on January 29, 2025. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, March 22. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, March 22, 2025. The city is seeking a finding of fact that a violation did occur.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 25010391, case address 1243 Northeast 12th Avenue, numbers A and B, owners Roberto Espinoza, posted at property 31325, posted at 1 East Broward 31425.
Good morning, Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on January 15, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15281A, there is an operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on March 24, 2025, and the violation remains. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $250 per day for the violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 24110012, case address 2500 Bayview Drive, owner Paul Andres Chavez. This case was first heard at 11425 to comply by 12925. One section not complied at $250 per day, $3,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 24110012, 2500 Bayview Drive. This was cited originally for 15281A. This vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date unless the vacation rental certificate is obtained for the property. As stated, it was first heard on 1/14/25 to comply by 1/29/25. The property has not been complied, and as of today, we're looking at a violation of 12 days for $250 for a total of $3,000. So, and again, which cities is requesting the full amount be imposed and continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 24110024, case address 1406 Northeast 15th Avenue, numbers 1 and 4, 1 through 4, owner Sackler LLC. This case was first heard at 1/14/25 to comply by 1/29/25. One section not complied at $250 per day, $3,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case CE 24110024, 1406 Northeast 15th Avenue, 4 units 1 through 4. This was first heard, 281A. This vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. The first heard on 1/14/2025 to comply by 1/29/25. It has been out of compliance for 12 days for $250 a day for $3,000. It has not been complied. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 24110088, case address 4040 Go Ocean Drive, number 806, owner James P. Malone and Krista A. Malone Hepting. This case was first heard 1/14/25 to comply by 1/29/25. One section not complied at $250 per day, $2,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Okay. A quick question. Did you need me on those 12 particular dates to? You didn't need them because they're in the agenda, right? Okay. Thank you. CE 24, Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 24110088, 4040 Gold Ocean Drive, Unit 806. Okay, we were originally cited for 15281A. This vacation rental is operating with expired certificate. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date unless a vacation rental certificate is obtained for the property. This was first heard on 1/14/2025 to comply by 1/29/2025. One section is not complied for 11 days at $250 a day for a total of $2,750. City is requesting the full amount be imposed and continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Thank you,
Next
Ron.
case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25010921, case address 2612 Key Largo Lane, owner Lewis Holding Company, LLC. This case was cited at 1/29/25 to comply by 1/30/25. One section not complied at $250 per day for a total of $250. City's requesting the full amount. The appeal deadline was 2/13/25 and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 24100351, case address 2835 Southwest 18 Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner 1571 Land Trust, LLC. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25. One section complied at $250 per day for a total of $2,250. The city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24110718, case address 490 Southeast 21st Street, numbers 1 through 7, owner William Bebluck and Ronald Rogowski. This case was first heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/14/25. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24100678, case address 650 North Rio Vista Boulevard, owner Kyriakos Arigopoulos. This case was first heard 1/14/25 to comply by 2/11/25. One section complied at $50 per day for a total of $100. City's requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, page 41, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24110107, case address 108 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Allier LTD. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:27:25. Two sections not complied at $150 per day, $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 24020120, case address 1208 Southwest 31st Street, owner Vasquez Concepcion and Jose Concepcion, Catarina Vasquez, and all others. This case was first heard 7:25:24 to comply by 8:4:24 and 8:29:24. One suspension from 10:24:24 to 12:12:24. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $13,200 accrued. The city is requesting that we vacate the order imposing fines and to reimpose.
So ordered.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 24070514, case address 908 Southwest 7th Street, owner Michael John Robert Shaw and Erica Griselle Valencia. We are requesting to vacate and close this case.
So ordered.
Next case, page 46, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24020278, case address 700 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Mamie Pearl Jackson Estates. We are requesting to vacate violations 9-304B and 9-280H1.
So ordered.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24110098, case address 1515 Southwest 23rd Avenue, owner David Hand. We are requesting to vacate violation 18-12A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24100675, case address 1715 Southeast 10th Street, owner Lynn Levesque Gastinet and Raymond Gaskinque. This case was first heard 1:30:25 to comply by 3:27:25. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 3:28:25, and this was in order to reappear.
One moment, please. The city would like to request an extension for this case.
Okay.
Officer Caracas will present.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read. Again, this case came before you on January 30th, and Magistrate found for the city. The violation was actually cited on October 30th, 2024. The city's kindly requesting for more time with no fines for 119 days.
All right. So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 51. Inspector Matthew Flesher, Bernstein Sambert, presenting case number CE 24110082, case address 3371 Southwest 23rd Street, owner David Malone. This case was first heard 2:11:25 to comply by 3:11:25. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,200 accrued. Fines continue to accrue, and this is a request for extension.
Senior Code Inspector Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number and property address as read. The city is requesting a total of 91 days extension for the property owner for the following violations. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, peeling paint, and the shutters have stains. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The wood fence has stains. The brick wall next to the carport is in disrepair. It has stains. 9278E, withdrawn. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9308B, There is debris, trash, and another element which is not permanent on the roof. The roof is stained. 9305A withdrawn. 4730-34.1.8.1 withdrawn. The city is requesting 91-day extension.
And the CF fines?
And the staff fines, correct.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 52 and 53 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. So ordered?
Okay. Are you still ordering that last part?
What?
You still ordering the last part?
Oh, yes. Yes. Sorry.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, March 27, 2025.
At least you know I'm paying attention.
Fort Lauderdale is a lush green city representative